Hey everyone, welcome to Radiant Shadows, our little Australian/New Zealand 5e actual play stream that we do. Hi, welcome. I'm Ham. I run this whole thing. I'm the DM. We're going to do a whip around of everyone who, of all the cast, who will let you know who they are, and for those of you who maybe haven't joined us before, who they're playing. Any announcements, and then we'll crash into this thing. So, John. I'm not going to go to you first. I'll go to Promethean, please.
Whoa,
Psych.
Whoa, I don't know what's going on here. Hi, I'm Promethean. I do a bunch of stuff on Twitch, including playing of the games. I am downloading Baldur's Gate 3 on my PlayStation machine this very moment. Looking forward to a point in time when I can play that game in particular. I'm very happy about that. You'll also
tomorrow.
We're gonna make sure your attention doesn't wander. Promethean, what are you doing? Nothing.
I'm doing nothing. What? You'll also find me on the Ozquest channel. Tomorrow I'll be running session 4, I want to say, of my campaign as a noob DM, which I'm very excited about. And
Noob. Yeah,
DM.
emphasize that B, because otherwise it sounded
nude. It's not the same thing as noob.
Very different channel.
I can do all kinds of fancy things with this green screen. Like, you don't know.
That's a new setting in Baldur's Gate 3, I believe.
Terms of service there, probably.
You'll also find me over on It's Fate Script a whole bunch, playing in a campaign that Emily runs over there.
Absolutely awesome. So effectively, you are everywhere.
Agreed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. On the subject of people who are everywhere, Kate.
Hi, hello. I am Kate. Apparently, I am everywhere. You can find me usually on the Dungeons and Doctorates podcast, or hiding behind the social media handles around the traps. You can find me here on this ridiculous channel regularly. And in October, you will find me in too many places in Melbourne all at this time, both for PAX Australia as well as for my Fringe show, which I don't really have the energy to plug right now, but I'll put a link in chat very shortly because that feels like a reasonable thing to do. Yeah, that's me. I do too many things. This is life.
Excellent. Awesome. Nice. Cass.
I am Cass of Shadowmere, and I play Miera, who is the sweetest little halfling, despite people maybe suggesting otherwise. It's not a cult. It's fine.
It's not a cult.
Fine.
Not a cult, it's a commune.
It was not an accident.
It was an accident. You
Oh,
have
dear
no
God.
proof. You have no proof to the contrary.
I love how in your introduction it's only 2 sentences. It's not a cult.
Yeah, that's totally got to be a t-shirt.
I have on my Netflix, I have some research put aside. It's a show called How to Become a Cult Leader.
Oh dear.
Heath, just as you're taking a sip. Well, it's appropriate with the coffee and everything. I'm sure that's coffee that you're drinking.
It's totally Irish coffee. That's right.
Irish.
Sweetest little insurgent.
That's
Sorry.
Sweetest little insurgent.
Well played.
I'm glad I didn't see that in the chat when I was drinking the very hot beverage in my cup. G'day everyone, I'm Heath. I'm the Antipodean D20. You can find me on all the socials at the Antipodean D20, and I play Grumpfel, the Svirfneblin cleric, when I'm not playing the Red Wiggle or Skeet and Cooper.
Oh dear Lord, yes, absolutely.
I don't think Skeet and Cooper are going to, and we've had to have a name change. So it's Cooper. Skeet and Cooper, I don't think they're going to turn up in tonight's episode, are they?
Oh, probably not. You never know.
And last, I'll just make sure I get the good guys ready for the persuasion performance roll if I have to pretend.
Excellent. And last and most definitely least, John.
Yeah, hello. I'm John from Meeples and Dragons. We run an online tabletop specialty store, and we feature quite on this channel, and we've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, and all the shenanigans, almost practically killing each other, and the rogue flaming sphere.
Yeah, awesome.
Sarah forever picking the wrong action and losing half of her abilities.
Oh no.
Wow. Throwing the other half under the bus. How are you playing tonight, John?
Tonight I'll be playing Tiernan de Palan, the naive Shardfolk Artificer. who's away from home and doesn't really know what he's doing.
Also, I've heard through the grapevine that Meeples and Dragons is running a games day next Sunday.
That is correct. Over in Redlands, Southeast Queensland. Sunday. Best bet is to actually check out the Facebook group, Redlands Tabletop Gaming Club that we've set up. If anyone is interested, go check it out, ask for an invite, and find out all the details. A Facebook event will pop up soon, probably tomorrow or Monday. And
nice.
More
Excellent.
information will be more public. So,
and of course, lurking in the background, in the best possible ways that someone can lurk, we've got Saz, the other half of the Meeples and the Dragons, who does all of our wonderful producing. She makes everything work.
Yeah, completely agree with that statement.
Yeah. But so Saz is awesome. She does everything, all that stuff, and it's great. But it's also September. I'm going to throw over to Kate for this one.
Yes. So it being now September, also where did the year go? Here on Twitch it is September. For any new, hang on, I just had the thing. For any new subs or upgraded subs. So if you've got a new subscription, you extend your existing monthly subscription to 3 or 6 months, or you level up from tier 1 to like tier 2 or tier 3. You can get some discounts against your purchasing of subs. As we know, there is still if we hit 250 subs, Kate has to do a stupid thing on the internet thing, which you can get to by the end of September. That makes my packs even more terrifying. So yes, you get 25% off all gift subs as well. So if you do want to gift subs to people, you can absolutely do that as well. And these discounts,
Wow.
Yowzers.
Womp. And then
Crazy
just for clarity, the discounts apply for the duration of the subscription length you choose. So if you choose to new sub for 1 month, you get a discount for the first month. If you buy a 3-month sub, the discount is for all 3 of those months, and so on and so forth. Because I read a whole bunch of stuff about the technicalities of September.
As opposed to me, which is just like, oh.
Yeah, whereas so I'm just like, Kate can do it.
Yep.
So there you go. Now we have 63 out of 250, which is less than 50%. I'm fine.
I would like to put out that as a goal for this stream, if we could get at a minimum 6 more, I'd be really happy. Just putting it out there.
You just want to get a nice number of subs going.
Just a nice
subs.
solid number. Yeah. Yep.
Nice number of subs.
Nice complimentary number of subs. That'd be great.
Yeah, look, that sounds achievable. Right?
I think it
right?
absolutely is 6. Hardly any.
We're not
New
like
Zealand
going to give
accent
away
doing
some
a
of
real
Promethean Terror again.
solid. Right there. There is also, by the way, the bingo card, I believe, has been put on socials and things, or if it has not, then it will be very, very much momentarily. So please go check it out. I believe Ham Flips the Bird might still be on there. I do not remember.
I'm actually, I'm currently marveling. I'm watching Saz at the moment because she's got her super glowing keyboard, which you normally can't see. So it's like she's sitting at the controls of a spaceship or something.
A little bit.
So it's like that scene from the old school anime Ghost in the Shell where you see and all the fingers and the typing fast.
We need to get her.
There's the bingo card.
There we go. There we go.
But I apparently took it off. It has to be Ham says I hate you all, as opposed to Ham just flips the bird at us in general.
I feel like he's like never not saying that he hates us all in his heart of hearts, though.
Why won't they just die?
It's my love language.
God. Why can't we have combat?
I've had Albert ready for weeks.
Look, it's not my fault. You guys just talk your way out of everything.
I don't want to die. What?
I'm sorry, Ham. You let me play a warlock.
Yeah,
I am a charismatic bastard.
All right. Well,
not a bastard. I have parents. It's fine.
You do. Which, funnily enough, we met last episode. So let's jump into a quick summary from last session and get this thing rolling. So, last session, so after an evening drinking and talking of what would lie ahead of our brave group of adventurers, they decided to make for Riverview, small township to the north and the home of Rowan. Taking Terrace with them, while the lone member of the Alton family decided what to do, the group escaped Harrow through the filth of the sewers. Once outside the city, they headed north, crossing the Melody River and heading into the Darking Wood and making the trek to Riverview. 3 days passed before they found themselves on the outskirts of the town and on the cusp of darkness. Guided by Rowan, they made their way to the Riverman Rye Tavern, where they took a moment to collect themselves from the events of the last week. Enjoying the hospitality and the music, they settled in for the evening, while Rowan returned to her home to visit her parents. Whilst she was away, the group, after seeing their small halfling friend being greeted by many in the town, were left pondering what Thea had meant when she had said that Rowan was dead. They also discovered that Thea herself no longer lived in Riverview and was now apparently living in Harrow and was a friend of someone known as Coslet Prismquell. Delgrim, employing his usual tact and charm, then let slip to the barkeep that civil war was coming, leaving the poor Goliath shaken and unsure, especially when Delgrim refused to give more information. Meanwhile, Rowan had an emotional reunion with her parents, who quickly welcomed her home. Briefly catching up on what had happened and not being allowed to leave before having dinner, Rowan was finally able to escape with her father and head back towards the Riverman so that they could meet her new friends and also discuss the coming events. And that is where we pick up, with Rowan and her father walking through the streets of Riverview on a balmy late summer's night.
Time for accent work by Ham.
Yeah. The anxiety leading up into this stuff is so real. It's so real.
Hey, you're gonna do great, buddy.
Where we find out
It's fine.
when we find out
Right
the
here.
tragic truth that Rowan's father is a social mute.
Yeah. So at this hour of the night, I mean, it's not late, but still, Riverview doesn't exactly have a thriving nightlife, so the streets are comparatively quiet. And as you make your way through the streets, your father turns to you and goes, So Ro, the ring, the stone, you pulled them out before. Have you found out anything more about them?
Not really. Some weird things have been. Don't. Like she pauses and in the street and turns to him and just dead eyes him and goes, "Don't tell Ma. Ma will get Ma about it all. But some weird things have been happening. I think I've got a bit of an idea, but I also don't know. He gave me some extra information. I've got some more skills, I guess, useful things I can do now, but I don't really know. I'm still trying to work it all out. But upside, I can see really well in the dark now. She looks really excited about the fact that she can see in the dark.
Yeah.
And in hopes that that's one of those things of this is the kind of skills that I now have that, don't stress, Dad. It's fine. It's I can see in the dark.
And you can see he gives you that very fatherly look of concern despite your enthusiasm. And he says, still not very happy about this. I mean,
I didn't.
But do you really know any, I mean, you just...
Dad, I don't really have a choice. It's not really a thing I made a decision about.
No,
not really.
And I understand. But I'm your father. It's my job to worry about these things. Have you, these friends of yours, do they know anything about this?
I don't think they've been too worried because they've got enough going on for themselves. It seems. You'll see. A couple of them are well, one of them's from a really long way away. She's trying to explain that these are people who've got their own stuff going on. That she's really they don't need to know about my stuff because they've got their own She's not like that idea of, she's probably had the conversation with her dad about not wanting to be a burden with all of this stuff before. So this is just a continuation of that, like, energy.
He,
I want to quiet skills through an extensive montage.
Yeah.
This is true. An extensive montage of sitting on my butt in a nice comfy couch.
Yeah.
It was great.
While a grumpy
it's cool it
while a
is.
grumpy gnome says, "Are you coming out yet?"
No, this was before that. Just chilling. It was good. It was a good time.
So your dad again, like there's that extended silence as he just sort of stands there looking at you. And he takes a step in and he gives you a big hug. And he's like, "No, I love you, Ro. Just I'm worried. I mean, this is a magic ring, some strange rock. You don't know much about it. It just,
No.
I wish you'd find out more if you could."
I'm trying, Da. I mean, look, it's not like you can just walk into a library and go, "Hey, I've got a thing that's happening and this is what's happening," and people aren't going to look at you like you've just set the whole place on fire.
I mean, it's a big
People
world.
don't
out
like magic-y whatever, things they can't explain. They don't like it, so I have to be careful who I can ask, right? You told me that. Ma told me that.
I mean, don't throw these things back at your Ma and I.
I'm not. I'm just trying to say, like, you told me to be careful. I'm being careful. And I'm trying to learn, but I'm like, you can imagine, it's not like you can just walk into a place and go, "This is what I can do." People don't like that.
Have you got? I mean, you've said that you've learned some more things about it. Like, do you have any idea, like, what this thing might even be yet?
You mean, Kate to Ham, I need clarification because it could, what this thing could be
Yeah.
like 6 different things. And so, but she would have had a conversation with her dad that would make this make
So
sense.
the thing,
the thing, I need more. Like,
No, that's
detail.
cool. So the thing would be the thing that you have made the pact with.
Right. Well, I mean, it doesn't speak like, it doesn't speak halfling. I know that much. It doesn't speak common from what I can tell, but it also doesn't seem to be asking me to do anything. So it just seems to be there for now.
Is it? As you hear all these stories about like people like selling their soul to like the devil or something, or demons or creatures like that. I mean, do you have any kind of sense around like anything? Like, I mean, are you now best friends with some kind of horrible beast, or are you still just not sure?
I mean, you know, I tried to throw it away, and she pulls the rock out of her like pocket. You know, I tried to throw it away, and it came back. So I don't know. It's not like it's going anywhere, but I certainly haven't been asked to do anything outside of like what I normally do.
When you pull the rock
And I
out,
have a safe place to be for like periods of time if stuff gets dangerous, so that's useful.
when you pull the rock out, it's warm to the touch, like that kind of comforting warm, as if almost as if it's sort of encouraging.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, yeah, I'm on your side. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe these friends of yours might be able to help you find something out. I would like to know what this thing is that you've at least made a deal with.
Yeah, at least, like, I mean, in a weird way, I'm not going to be going around making deals with anybody else, because that seems like a terrible life choice.
I mean,
intend to make this one.
And I understand, and that I understand. But
You taught me to always read the fine print of the deals that you make, and normally I'd have done that, but it's not exactly how it worked.
no,
Right.
I understand that you've listened to me in the past. Look, let's keep going. meet these friends. I wanted to just ask whilst your ma's not around. I didn't know if you talked to your friends or not. So it's fine. I'll stop asking for now. Just it's coming from a place of love. Just remember.
I know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come home. And she says that more in that like
Yeah.
snarky kid to a
Yeah.
parent way of like, yeah, I know
Yeah.
you care. Or
Yeah.
wouldn't have come back. Me.
He ruffles your hair a bit. Yeah, I know that face. All right, come on. Buy your dad a drink.
All right.
And with that, you guys continue on the way.
Yeah.
Before long, you get to the Riverman, and you can hear the sounds of Theodore performing inside. And as you enter, you can see it's pretty busy at this time of night now, and you can see your little group of friends off at a table in one other corner. The rest of you guys, you would see the door of the tavern open. Excuse me, and you would see Rowan and an older halfling come through. The older halfling's dressed quite well. Little waistcoat. Definitively, like there is absolutely no way that he could be mistaken for anything but Rowan's dad. Like the family resemblance is just plastered right there. There's something about the smile, which is just like, yep, that's absolutely on point. And so the rest of you guys see them come on in, and for Rowan, you and your dad, you see the rest of the guys sitting where they are.
Rowan's gonna head to the bar because basically she's promised to buy her dad a drink, so she better do that.
Yep.
It's the better deal with the deal making bit before I deal with the friends bit.
So you lead him over towards the bar, and you can see he is like almost staring at this table of people who kind of stick out like an absolute sore thumb in this place. And he leans into you as you sort of get to the bar and he goes, "Those your friends?
Yeah.
Even the blue one?"
Yeah. Come on now, just because someone looks different to you.
No, I'm not trying to be mean. I just never seen anybody who's blue before.
You've been to Harrow. You know there's lots of people of
Oh,
lots of
well, I
different
mean,
kinds.
true. I mean, but blue
Deep
like
Cove too.
blue like him, he just looks.
I told you one of them's from a really long way away.
Okay. Look, I can see there's at least one other halfling there. So that's good.
She looks at her dad like, that seems mildly racist. Not intentionally, but mildly.
Classic rural farmer situation.
Yeah, just that moment being like,
yeah.
I'm assuming
say that the way you meant.
Rowan's dad made a mistake.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
Letting
at
me
this,
go out
at
as a
this
big white
point,
world.
I'm assuming at this point Blinky's probably wandered on over. Naturally curious.
Yeah, sure. So Blinky, who like half the patrons have sort of got vaguely used to this thing floating around.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Is he gonna
Rowan's
shoulder?
dad, just sees Blinky come over and just sort of hovers over, like lands on your shoulder, Rowan, and then blinks at your dad, hovers up off your shoulder, sort of gets to about halfway between the two of you, and just sort of starts going backwards and forwards, blinking quickly as if you can almost... You're pretty sure you can actually hear some gears turning inside or something. Backwards and forwards before slowly landing back on your shoulder, but still sort of looking very pointedly at your father. And his eyes are wide.
Yeah. It's just Tiernan's friend. Don't worry, Dad. It's fine. And she's just gonna pat Blinky on the head.
And Blinky kind of gives like a happy little bob. Dad's kind of eyeing him up.
She's gonna she's going to assume that she's basically ordered the like, Dad'll have like we'll both have our usual because this is our pub that we go to all the time, and it doesn't really like we don't need to order.
Yeah.
We
You
show up at the
roll up.
bar. We're both getting our standard.
And Gordon, the gnome who's now serving since the Theodore's up performing, has literally like sees you guys, turns, gets 2 mugs, starts pouring a sort of a very light sort of summer ale that he knows that you guys enjoy. Turns back, slides them across the bar, looks at your dad and kind of gives a bit of a smile. And your dad's just like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, Gordon. And the gnome just goes, hey, she's your daughter. She's made some new friends.
How much are the drinks? Because I would know that automatically.
The drinks are a silver piece each.
Great.
So do you know where to find money on your character sheet, Kate?
Yeah.
I know you haven't actually used any before, but I'm just...
Wow. Shots fired.
Wow.
Shots fired.
Yes,
Hey,
I do.
No, wait.
have.
Maybe she's gonna let her dad pay
Just
for it.
frugal.
Hang on, I just got to check
No,
the
she
bingo.
said
I just got to
she was
check
buying
the
a drink
bingo
for her
card.
dad.
Buying a drink. Sorry, Dad. I left
Buying
my
a
wallet
drink
at
for my
home.
dad. It's not fair. All right.
It's
She has
mysteriously
paid for-
absent every time the bill comes in.
Hero was thinking that
doing
Rowan's
so
dad would pay for Rowan.
She said she'd buy her dad a drink on
Yeah,
the way here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you say you go to the pub and you buy your parents a drink or something, they usually like, and you're like, no, and then there's the
Oh, I
polite back
got
and
this,
forth, and
I
you're like,
got
yeah, cool.
The
No, that's right. I've,
shade.
I've,
She's
I've
like-
fought the good fight.
He goes up,
So-
good, one of each, and you put it on his tab.
So mean. I haven't done it on purpose. Hang on, and half the times you've paid for things, I've been blamped to somewhere else in the world, which has meant it's really not my fault.
So anyway, let's keep going.
She's gonna pass her dad his drink and then just like head over towards the table. Like she assumes that he's gonna follow because that's a
He-
natural thing for someone to do, I guess.
He picks up his drink and takes a very, very long pull from it. Probably drinks almost 3/4 of it. Puts it down, sort of lets out a right. Turns around and just and follows you along.
She's gonna pull
And
up
then just-
probably because there's not enough seats really because they've been sitting there and I would assume that there's not enough chairs that she's just gonna pull up 2 seats from elsewhere
Yep.
so that they can plunk themselves down.
Yep.
Much time has passed since we've gotten to the tavern.
Oh,
Rowan's
probably a good hour or so, because I mean Rowan's had gone there, had a conversation, had dinner. I know she kind of was pretty keen on doing it all pretty fast. And Riverview's not huge, but yeah, probably an hour and a half maybe.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming that Tiernan's probably he's been bathed, he's relaxed, so he's probably on his second glass of wine.
Yep, cool, awesome.
That was the what do you call it? The Belford Bay.
Balfour Bay, yeah, the Balfour Bay wine. Yep.
Rowan's gonna like plunk down and just be like, Theodore's good, isn't he?
My
Is
hot
this
chocolate's pretty good.
Who's Theodore?
is this singing
Theodore, the opera singer, the bartender.
singing man good? It's very good. It's
Yeah.
pleasing to hear. But why are we talking about Theodore? This man clearly. This must be Mr. Rowan. Rowan's father. Mr. Boulderhill. This must be the elder Boulderhill. I know names. Sometimes you people think I not remember names, but clearly I remember names.
Mr. Rowan.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Rowan.
Mr. Old Rowan.
Mr. Boulderhill, I think is the correct term, isn't it?
Oh dear! Somewhere
But
off in the
it is-
distance, Larry is like, "Thank God, it's not me anymore."
Rowan,
Well, it's lovely to
You're-
meet you, sir.
Your dad like shoots you like a kind of like a
You
what
what?
on earth when Delgrim absolutely just kind of fumbles the entire sentence.
What on Peldon?
It is very nice to meet you. Your daughter is very brave, wise person. You should be very proud.
She like
I am sorry for
like-
accusing her of being dead. That was unkind of me. I should have trusted my new friend more than a random person that replaced her.
Well, Delgrim, don't be too hard on yourself. Thea seemed to be quite legitimate.
I know,
True,
this is
she
what
was
I thought.
believable.
Very.
And,
I
you know,
still don't understand. She's been in Harrow for...
Rowan's dad, do you know a Thea?
I'm you can see he's like sitting there like his drink's like when Delgrim mentions this whole being dead thing, he's like,
Rowan would look like Rowan would sense that. I'd just be looking at him like, I don't. Someone said I was. I don't know. I've spent the last like week trying to prove that I'm not dead. It's been very odd, actually. now that I
Thea
think about
Amori.
it.
Thea Amori, that was her name. Mr. Boulderhill, wouldn't by chance know any Amoris at all?
Humori, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can only know what goes on my notes. Whether or not I
That's
spell
okay.
it right is another thing.
Mr. Boulderhill, that's I'm Row.
Yes?
Words later.
Duh, I'm not
No,
dead. It's
no,
fine.
I know, but still, you and I, another conversation.
Like full. God damn it! Why?
Yeah, she's going
Anyway.
to lean over to Delgrim. I think he knows an Amoris.
So, look, I don't know who any of you are. I'm Mr. Blue person. Sorry,
Oh.
not trying to be rude. I just
No, I forgot my manners. I'm terribly sorry. Tiernan's literally going to stand up and almost trip over his feet, standing up. My name is Tiernan de Palon. Lovely to meet you, sir. Mr. Boulderhill?
Mr. Boulderhill will be fine.
Yes, I am a shadfolk from Cathabar. Lovely to meet you in your lovely town.
Oh,
Rowan has
well,
spoken very wonderfully about it.
well, I mean that's always nice to hear. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Tiernan, Mr. de Palon, I think it
No,
was.
Tiernan's fine. Mr. DePalin is my father. But this is over here. We have Delgrim. Then you have Grumpfel, and I'm going to forget all your last names. Tiernan's going to forget all your last names.
Good evening, good sir.
Miera, who comes from
Okay.
Sparkletown, I believe.
Sparkle
right.
Town?
Nice to
And-
meet you, Mr. B.
Don't
And
know.
on Rowan's shoulder over there is my faithful companion, Blinky.
Blinky. All right. Well, it's Delgrim, Grumpfel, Miera, Blinky, and Tiernan. Well, I mean, it's nice to meet you all. My daughter hasn't actually said a whole lot about you, but she says that you're nice for the most part. So it's nice to see that she's found some friends, I suppose, friends to travel with.
Question
but-
mark on the end.
For the most part,
For the most part.
friends?
Friends, maybe, I don't know. And sorry, you asking questions about some Amore or
Oh, it was just someone we perchance to come across. She was telling a lot of tall tales and gave us the impression that it's a long story. It's a long.
what was the name again that you said? Sorry,
Thea Amori.
Thea Amori.
Parents are, I think, I want to say Reg and Theodora. It's fine. I talk to people in bar. They think she moved to Harrow 30 years ago or some such. If we ever go back there, not that it is likely we go back to Harrow anytime soon, I will accost this Thea and ask what that was all about.
Humori, not Amori, right? I know who you're talking about. I didn't really know her. Ro, your ma, you were just a little bit. It's about the same age as us, but she's long gone.
Very strange. She tell us she good friend with Rowan's mother. I assume your wife, your partner.
My wife, yeah, I not as far as I know. I mean, like I said, she hasn't been in Riverview for at least 30 years.
It's very strange story she tell.
Yeah, that's.
I don't even know how she knew I was alive. Yeah. Leave alone thinking I were dead.
So hold on. So this Thea that you met told
They met, not me. I
The-
didn't meet her.
you.
Rowan wasn't there when she came.
Rowan
Oh.
wasn't there.
No, she
Ro-
traded places with Rowan.
Yeah, Rowan switch. I don't. Oh, is this thing we can talk about here, Rowan? Should we not?
This is
talk
that thing
about-
that I was seeing about how some stuff happened and I hadn't explained it all to you yet because it was the day that I've arrived and maybe you wanted to meet my friends first, but sure, this works fine.
But is that
And
really
she picks up her drink and just it's like, well, this is good. This is great.
Mr. Boulderhill turns to the bar and goes, "Gordon, can I get a couple more drinks, please?
Make
and-
entire jug. I buy from table.
Keep them coming."
Oh, Delgrim's buying. Can I have a bottle of this stuff?
I say I buy jug. Tiernan, you still have half a bottle. You're not even halfway through. You sip your little wine.
Little.
2 drinks.
So-
Tiernan.
So this Thea changed places with my Ro, and then said that she was. What, they implied that she was
Well, no,
dead.
she said she
She said she
said
was
Rowan
dead.
was dead, and she was there to comfort her grieving mother, and it was very terrible. And she said that your wife was extremely upset, and that Rowan was definitely dead.
No mention of you that I recall either.
No.
This is another strange part of this person's story.
She was part of a group called the Gardening Gnomes. I think.
Gardening Gnomes. What a stupid name. But look,
Grumpfel
I
takes an
don't
audible
know.
sip from his drink.
all I know is that Thea went to Harrow a long, long time ago, and that her folks were not happy about it, and that's about it, really.
Important thing, your daughter not lie to us about being alive and not actually
No.
secretly dead.
I would be very, very upset if my
This-
daughter was dead.
This
No,
is
you
Not a
cause to
ghost
celebrate.
either.
I'm always honest. You taught me to be honest,
Well,
and you
which-
didn't believe me.
Well, I'm not. Look, Ro, there's a lot going on. I'm just. It's.
I know.
there's a-
I know. Fine.
Yeah, there is a lot going on. Rowan, have you mentioned to your father about Harrow?
We had a very small
and
conversation before dinner, but didn't want to have it all in front of Mama because she'll get very and she sort of shares a look with her father of that knowing look of what people are like when you give them information that you absolutely shouldn't give them.
Mhm.
Very
He's a warrior.
protective.
Your mom
Yeah.
would struggle.
Oh, I think that's a good way to talk about it. I think.
So, I mean, can you give me a bit more information? I mean, I'm not going to go home and tell Ma what's going on, unless it's particularly relevant. But can I ask what's actually going on?
Jenna's going to lean across the table and go, Civil War. Potentially.
Civil War. Interesting. And How have you lot, including you, Ro, or I mean, I'm assuming that you were around for parts of this because otherwise you weren't. And
No, technically, Rowan not there for any of the set of circumstances that led to Harrow and Deepkov probably coming to clash in war.
I mean, I was in the theater, but I wasn't there for very long.
He wasn't
I wasn't there
implicated at all.
before or after.
Wait, Rowan, does your father know about Crazy Ring? Is this another thing we should not talk about in front of people?
She's gonna look at her dad in a way of being like, you take this one. Because if the sentence is, does your dad know about the Crazy Ring?
Mr. Boulderhill looks at you, Delgrim, and goes, "Oh, I know about the ring. I'm assuming you're talking about the..." And he kind of leans forward.
They don't know maybe as much as you, Dad, but...
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure why you called it crazy. Is there something else I need to know, Ro?
It's weird. He thinks it's weird.
It's very strange for someone to vanish inside the ring from time to time and be able to
you
come
don't know
out.
where I go. You don't know where I go.
Did
You,
we
the
not...
player, does, but you, the character,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
know
which
where
is
I go.
probably...
Did we not have you emerge from the ring though?
You don't know where I
no.
go.
Yeah.
You know I go, but you don't know where I go.
Yeah.
Only Grumpfel could probably infer it.
Only Grumpfel could infer it, and even then he'd be inferring
Well,
it.
no. Well, that was the thing. Grumpfel told Delgrim that you were in the ring. So as far as Delgrim knows, you go into the ring. Yeah, I was yelling at it, remember? Asking, seeing if you could hear me.
Yeah.
That was
I
the whole
don't
thing that
remember
happened.
that, but
I
I
do
also...
remember you yelling at it.
But I don't know that you know that that's where
To
I
be
go.
fair,
You
he
don't know
yells
that
at
it
a
has
lot
something
of
to do with
things.
the ring. You don't know.
It's just, yeah, it's all like...
Grumpfel intimated
Bring
that
her
you were
back.
in the ring to Delgrim. As far as
Okay.
Delgrim knows, you go in the ring,
Okay.
which may or may not be the case. I don't know.
Look, all right. I do know about the ring. I do know about the stone as well.
Stone? What is stone?
Oh,
Stone?
There was stone in the ring?
What kind of stone, Mr. Boulderhill? Are we talking like a quartz or
I'm
semi-precious
talking
jewel?
about the stone on the ring itself. There's a little
Come
stone.
on. I'm rolling insight. The hell with,
Yeah.
the hell with both of you.
Look,
roll with
fair.
roll with
Oh!
advantage.
No, that was a nat 1, which I'll take. Oh my god! 2
What?
nat 1s.
Hey, stop
Yes!
throwing my dice, man.
I mean, aw.
Look, Delgrim at this case is maybe he's just got a bit of a buzz on,
He absolutely has a buzz on.
and so it's I mean, sure.
Yeah.
You can first Delgrim
I'll
can
buy
tell.
that. Sure.
Hamish, how many people at the table have actually seen this ring?
I carried it, so I would
Seen
know
the
there
ring?
wasn't a stone in it.
Do you wear the ring, Kate?
Mhm.
You
Yep.
wear it on your fingers?
She wears the ring.
Okay.
So I think contextually, Delgrim's carried it, Miera's carried it, Delgrim's yelled at it.
Grumpfel's carried it, Miera's
Grumpfel's
carried it.
it.
Yeah.
I've
Delgrim's
it.
yelled at it.
Well, while we're talking about it, the question I do have for Kate Rowan, do you tend to try to conceal it, or while we're having this discussion, because Tiernan would literally go wanting to actually look at the ring?
I mean, she wears multiple rings on her fingers. This is not
Okay.
like she doesn't not have jewelry on.
We all examined it though
but-
first time that you disappeared as well. Like each
I
of
don't
us
know. I wasn't
properly
there.
examined.
I got
Yeah,
blabbed
you weren't
somewhere.
there, but we did all examine
Yeah,
very
true.
closely the ring.
Oh, that's
itself.
right, because it was left on the bed, wasn't it?
It was on
Yeah.
the bed, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good remembering. Thank you. Glad
So
so
from
much.
our recollection, from Tina's recollection, was there a stone on the ring?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was the stone?
I can answer that question.
Yeah.
It's a piece of tiger's eye is on the
Tiger's
ring.
eye.
Yeah.
That much I can answer. Because I designed it. That's fine.
Is that what the gem is called in this world?
Tiger's eye is what it looks like. Like if you were
Yeah.
looking up pictures of Tiger's Eye, that's what it looks like.
It is. And,
Whether
yeah,
you know
it's-
what it is or not is a different question, but that's
There's
what it looks
only
like.
certain things I'm gonna reinvent, and gems is not one of them.
Fair enough.
So.
Well, if that's the case.
What?
Yes, Mr.
You're not going
Boulderhill.
to come up with an entire geological framework for your world, Hamish?
I'm
God,
sorry,
I
I'm
know,
just
lazy
I
at
know.
you.
I'm
Why don't we just,
slacking off.
instead of, unless there's a tiger in Peldon, why don't we just call it like Fire Giant's Eye or something?
Well, maybe there are tigers.
Owlbear
Let's
eye.
not spiral out of
Owlbear
control.
It's a goddamn tiger's eye. Move
It's
on.
just
Mr.
no drag.
Boulderhill, I believe we're talking about the Tiger's Eye stone.
Yes, that's the one on her ring. Exactly, that's the stone I'm talking about.
We went around circles.
And he gives you just the quickest kind of like, I'm sorry, look to you, Rowan.
She's sitting there like, cool, Dad did a dad thing. Great.
And I
So-
think Tiernan's done a social faux pas again. Did he introduce Taris?
No.
Is Taris at the table? Did she?
Yep.
book it?
Paris is sitting off to one side very quietly, just watching all of this.
Okay.
So you've said that there's civil wars happening, and somehow my daughter and the rest of you are involved in this in some way. Is
Yeah,
that
but Rowan wasn't implicated. She wasn't implicated at all.
no? Okay,
No
But-
one saw her.
But they saw the rest of you,
All of
All of
There
us.
was,
all of you. But
Yes.
yeah, I saw you doing. Well, I'm almost too scared to ask.
there was a Grumpfel.
We were
just
saving
like-
people.
There was a political incident that involved a group we are familiar with in Harrow, and we have been inadvertently labelled as the group when we are not.
We were in proximity of fire that killed many nobility at the same time as many guards also killing many nobility, and assassination performed on son of Deep Cove Lord.
Beckford's, I think it is.
I would have remembered that name if I had one more moment, but yeah, that is correct.
Oh, and his mother. So that would be the Duke's wife.
Yes. Way I understand from snippet of conversation I had since this very problematic, this spark essentially war now between Harrow and Deep Cove.
So
Yeah, we were just part of the audience, so we
So-
were invited to the theatre by the people who was running the play. That was the only connection that we have with them. So we're
So
implicated in that
the
sense.
people who killed some members of the Beckforth family
Mm-hmm.
personally invited you, all of you, but not Rowan, to this theater where they then killed the Beckforths and a bunch of other
Yes,
people.
that is
Yes.
accurate. We wanted to
accurate.
speak with some nobles. They were going to be able to help us to get in proximity of nobles, so we hung out with them for some time. Miera here became very good friends with them for a little while.
Miera's got her arms crossed and is looking into her drink. She's not.
Not, yeah. Ro,
But these are details, Mr. Boulderhill. Neither here nor there. The main reason why we've come to your lovely town is Rowan was concerned about Riverview and its proximity between Harrow and Deep Cove.
Tiernan, main reason we come to Riverview is to find out if Rowan actually dead. But yes, you are right. Riverview seemed to be directly in line of path between Harrow and Deep Cove. This seemed like dangerous situation for the entire
Well,
town.
I wanted to talk to Rose, but I didn't want to do it without talking to you first, like I said before. I think it's important that she knows.
no, it's a lot to take in, Ro.
I know.
Perhaps we might change to a lighter subject and let the conversation digest.
Look, Mr. Grumpfel, I think that sounds maybe sensible, and I think maybe tomorrow, Ro, after you've been out with Ma in the morning, you and your friends go and talk to Rose. Because Rose is going to, and whatever you do, and he sort of drops his voice, don't tell anybody else here what you've just told me, because there are people here who are going to panic. They're going.
Oh, that's why I told you
That
first.
ship may have sailed.
Anyone
Grumpfel gives a little side eye to Delgrim.
I think everyone at the table gives a soft eye to Delgrim.
Okay. Mr. Boulderhill doesn't actually notice. He's too focused on Rowan as he's talking about this.
I know, Da. I didn't tell. That's why I came to tell you.
Oh, which I know, but I'm just saying, this is just the potential for mass panic. You know what the people. This is a little trading town. People here we haven't had any kind of war or anything around these parts for it's been a long while, since before you were born at least.
I know, and that's why we didn't want you all to be taken by surprise if something happens. We don't pick sides, but we have to know not to.
And it is wise for town to decide how they're going to react to impending war, because we want Rowan to be safe. We want Rowan's parents to be safe. This is not a good situation for anyone here. And obviously not our fault, but we have been, we have watched this unfold. I know on my part, if town need any help, if Riverview need help, I'm willing to help you in whatever way I can.
So, I feel like I need to ask, what are your plans next? You've come to our little town. Where are you going to go next? I mean,
this is a good
Ro,
question. I am surprised none of us have asked this actual question yet. What do you think, friends?
I honestly think we need to try to go east to the gem mines.
We lay low. We stick with that plan.
Yeah, because I don't like being implicated in what has transpired, and honestly, I'm a little bit nervous staying in the around Harrow and Deep Cove at the present time. I don't want us to become some sort of scapegoat.
We did say that we would check the gem mine out if the whole thing with the Altons didn't work in favor of Greenfields.
It was backup plan. Speaking of Altons, Terrace, what's your plan? I know you're moody, you not want to talk, but remember, 1 foot at a time, 1 thought at a time. I think you need to have a plan. You cannot go back to Harrow. Can you go to Deep Cove and ask for some kind of asylum? Is there another place to go where you may have some kind of distant family? What is your plan?
Rowan is going to have a whisper conversation with her dad just to explain who Terrace is, because that has not been explained to her dad.
Yeah. And as you sort of say that, his eyes sort of grow as you're like, oh, hey, this is Terrace. She's a member of the nobility. Yeah, the rest of her family's been killed. Oh my god, blah, 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 blah. And it would end with a, Ro, you and I, big conversation, young lady.
Wasn't my...
No, Ro, just these people. No, Ro. These people, they've people dying. They're implicated in murders. Should you even be traveling with them? This is Ro. They don't sound like terribly nice people.
Miera casts
I mean,
sleep.
am I wrong? I mean, is it? I mean, what they've said is frankly quite terrifying. I don't want my little role going around with a bunch of people like this who are causing chaos and mayhem.
Pause. She looks like mildly put out by the idea that her dad doesn't trust her judgment.
And he's like, I know that expression role, but I'm just saying. We will talk about it later.
Sorry, trading town, you say? What goods do you trade and produce in this lovely settlement you have here?
So to wind back ever so slightly to the question to Taris. Taris, who's just been sitting there very, very quietly, just nursing a drink, says,
What Miera was going to cast sleep.
oh yeah,
I did hear Shadowmere mention something. I was like, what was that? But no, yeah, go for it.
says, oh, I mean, I've been thinking about it. I mean, going west is not an option. Going to Deep Cove, that's no matter what, that's a death sentence. And depending on what the Beckforths do in regards to getting allies or what the Malagarths do, everywhere is potentially dangerous. I'm thinking of going to Iron Edge. I've got a contact there that I made through some trade, the family made through some trades. I might be able to access some funds from there and start afresh or something like that. But I think east into Kingsvale is the only option for me at this point in time.
Shadowmere. Does Miera have the map, or does Delgrim? Do you recall?
I've got it
Okay.
in my payload.
Miera, you have map?
Yep. I'll pull out the tube that we got from, I can't remember his name, Abrasor,
Mm-hmm.
and pass the tube over to Delgrim.
So Delgrim will have a look over this map.
I'm just quickly, sorry, can I do a check to just see if we're attracting anyone who's looking like they're not overhearing or not listening in, but just sort of in the proximity of the table?
Yeah, for sure. Make a perception check for me.
And I think Delgrim probably kind of go into serious mode because we're talking plans and action. So he's
that's not going to cut it.
He'll put the map kind of on the table, prop down like the rolling up corners with sort of tankards from everyone. So if we do decide to go to Gem Mine, we must go east this way. Roads appear to all go through Harrow. I think we probably go cross-country through wilderness rather than going through Harrow. As everyone agreed, that would be a good idea if we go east.
Does this map actually show how much of the map does this cover?
Literally, the map that I have put into the chat the other day is literally the map that you've received.
Yeah, and so it's got Riverview on the westernmost side, sort of where we are now. So just east of that, the Darking Wood. East of that, the Usurper Hills. And then east of that is a road to Iron Edge. So Taris Iron Edge is north, about midway between where we would be planning to go. Would you travel with us as you head east if we decide to go in that direction? Or would you like to travel alone?
No, I mean I'm happy to travel with you as far east as sensible.
And how far is Iron Edge from Darian's Rest? Not these lands in the north.
I'm not very familiar either. It's rare that anyone. I've personally never even been to Iron Edge. I know roughly where it is. I know where the main roads are, but from there to Darian's Rest, I have no idea.
Rowan's going to turn to her dad and just go, "Dad, how long would it take us to get if we go through To go over the Usurper Hills, how long would it take to get Iron's Edge?
We're going to follow the road to the east first, just the edge of the Darking Wood, or just
There
go
is-
straight hunting from here.
There is
Go out
no
towards
road
like
on map.
Keeper's Town.
Riverview is on the edge of the map. We would have to go through the Darking Wood and over the Usurper Hills. She's actively trying not to say she's going through the Darking Wood on purpose.
So Mr. Boulderhill says, I mean, from here, if you're going to follow the roads.
Yeah, cut over the Usurper Hills and then go up the roads.
Those hills.
I know. It's not why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking it the way I'm asking it,
All right. I mean, it's probably it's at least a good 100 miles, if not more. And I mean, going through the hills, that's going to be slow, especially if you're being careful, which you'll need to be.
Yes,
So, I mean, you're looking at, I don't know. That'll be could take you a while. I mean, if you follow the main roads, you're looking, it's probably, I don't know, 270 miles, roughly, if I remember correctly. I mean, don't often go that way.
I know. That's why I'm asking, because you're the one who knows all the towns and all the cities, because this is a place that people come through all the time. That's why I'm asking you, Dad. I'm not asking because I'm necessarily definitely going that way.
No,
I'm asking because we're trying to find out.
I know.
Mr. Boulderhill,
Yes.
how far east you been from here, Riverview? Or how far east you know the travel time?
I mean, I've been to Mountain View. Beyond that,
So, given that we don't want to go to Harrow, let us assume we avoid Harrow in some way. How long you think it take to get to Mountain View for us? How long you think it take Tarrashiel to get to Iron Edge?
Is that northeast? Because is there a road
Right.
that heads northeast?
Iron Edge is northeast, yes.
There's
it's
no-
Mountain View.
So Mountain View is to the south from here.
South.
It's southeast.
Mountain
So
View
we're-
is dead east from Harrow, basically.
From dead east from Harrow. So if you were to go
Hmm.
from here, look, I honestly, if I was you, if you want to avoid Harrow for whatever reasons you want, I would still probably suggest you take the main roads, or maybe off to the side. I don't know what you lot do, but you could turn off before you get to Harrow, stay 10 miles away, cut through to the roads heading east. I'm worried about you going through the Usurper Hills in any place that's not sort of well trodden already. They're called the Usurper Hills for a reason. There's all sorts of unsavory types who lurk there.
Oh, there are a lot of usurpers up there.
Usurpers?
Yeah.
There's just it's a well-known place for bandits and miscreants and all types of people. And there's probably other things.
We have dealt with bandits before. This is not a problem. We know how to manage ourselves.
Delgrim, not trying to be rude, sir, but I'm thinking about my daughter here. I don't want my row going through a bunch of hills where there's potentially a bunch of unsavory types. If she goes, you can skirt Harrow without too many problems to get to Mountain View, and then from Mountain View there's a road that goes north, straight up along the edge of the Usurper Hills to Iron Edge, or you can keep going east, and that road's slightly more direct and it'll get you all the way up to Delian's Rest if that's where you want them to go.
Who does Mountain View wear allegiance to?
Mountain View's in Kingsvale.
Oh.
Tiernan, you mean in terms of issues between Harrow and Deepcove? This is a good
Yes.
question. What
Hmm.
is?
He said Kingsvale, so that's the
Yeah.
next station
It's
over. Isn't it?
it's exactly. It's outside the realms of Alamar. I mean, you're looking at you're potentially going to run into other issues there. But I mean, as long as you keep your head down, don't say that you're from Alamar, because there's a lot of.
I'm not from Elamar.
Well, look, then
From
you go, sir. But I
Castle
don't know about the rest of your friends here, so I don't.
also not from Alamar.
Well, then look, even better. Oh my God,
Is this river coming out of Usurper Hill, going down around to east of Mountain View? You see on map here.
Yes, correct.
And this river out of Usurper Hills?
Yes, that is correct.
It might be faster way to travel if we find way to river, maybe.
I'm not building a boat, Delgrim.
I mean, if you had some way to travel down the river, sure. I mean, you still got to cross through some of the hills there. But I mean, I suppose. But the problem is you got to get a boat there.
We can build boat if we need boat. It's fine.
You're going to build a boat.
I built boats when I was a small boy. They're large, massive underground lakes near place where I'm from. I built boat from time I was a small child.
He's going to make an insight check. Are you being honest, or?
I let the dice decide that, and yeah.
Yeah, okay. Kind of looks at you and goes, well, if you can find the right supplies, I suppose, but again, you've still got to go through those hills.
With the travel itself, no travel in the area without it measure of risk, but I see you're worried about the safety of your child.
Of course I am. I don't want my role getting in any more trouble.
I promise you, not only is your role adorable nickname for a child, by the way, not only is Rowan entirely capable of taking care of himself, they've proved this time and time again, but also we have formed bonds since we met, and we are also caring of Rowan's safety. We make sure that Rowan's okay on this journey. If you choose to come, you have come back to your hometown. I don't know if you want to stay here and make sure that your town's safe.
I think as long as we talk to Rose, who is the mayor, for those who don't know, as long as we talk to Rose and let them know what's happening, I don't... And she looks a little bit at her dad, not pointedly, but like sort of side. I don't have a reason to stay long-term right now. There's no reason I can't keep helping you.
You see your father's heart break just a tiny bit.
No, like, you know, there's no.
No.
Like,
I
she
know.
doesn't say like, there's no
up.
reason for me to stay.
Yeah,
It's more of a like, I don't need to stay right now. Like, this,
for
everyone
sure.
seems fine.
For sure.
Mr. Boulderhill, you don't have to worry about your daughter. We're more than capable. We're all pretty capable in what we do.
Oh. Look, roll.
Delgrim will have like sat back to have a drink at this point, and when Tiernan says that we're all capable, he probably just like pops to his just a little bit.
So I rolled. So I just to see whether or not Mr. Boulderhill noticed. I rolled a natural 20. So he like kind of glances at you, Delgrim, and then just holds your eyes for just a little bit.
You've been dad checked, my friend.
Delgrim will give him just like a little, just a little kind of shrug.
Isn't that?
Oh dear.
All right. Ro, I think maybe I
Yeah, if you tell Ma, she's not going to let me go.
I'm not
But
going.
I'm more useful not here, and you want me to figure things out, right?
No,
Can't
I do.
figure
I
things
do.
out here.
And I
can
get that, Ro. But there's being a father. There's two parts. There's the I want to look after my little girl, But I know also that you're not my little girl anymore, and that you need to be out in the world and finding your place. It's father's job to worry. But
You're welcome to come if you want.
Oh no, I've lived in Riverview my whole life. I wouldn't. No. I trust Row. So let's stop the talk for now. Let's have an enjoyable rest of the evening. Have a few more drinks and maybe a few more drinks after that, because this is a lot to process. Enjoy the music, and then in the morning, we'll you, Row, will go to the markets with your ma. No, you promised. You need to do it. And then, did you need me to take you to Rose, or are you happy just taking your friends? I mean, Rose knows you. She'll be fine with you just rolling up.
I know she will. Do you want to go? Or do you want me to just tell her that you know as well so she has someone to talk to?
I think I'll probably need to stay with your ma. Because once you've done the markets thing, you're going to be probably going off again. She'll need someone to just keep an eye on her for a bit. I'll let Rose know that we've talked, and it'll be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
She's going to turn back to the rest of the group like, I'm going to stay at home because then I can sort out all this stuff with my ma in the morning, and then I'll join you back here and we'll all go to see Rose. Does that work for you?
Who is Rose?
Like saying it to the group.
Why-
She's told
why-
you just
all of
before
us?
that. She told you just before that she's the mayor.
The mayor. Excellent. Okay,
Yeah.
I missed that. Sorry. Yeah. This is. Yeah, good
Yeah.
idea.
Just one thing, Delgrim. Would it be a good idea not to mention our involvement to Rose? I'd hate for someone to get the idea of turning us over
What's
to
the
try to
involvement?
appease
We're not
people.
We
involved.
weren't involved.
I know we weren't involved, but someone thinks we could be.
We don't need to mention that.
So we don't
How
mention that
about
any of the
you let
theatre
me
thing to
do
anyone.
the talking, and because I won't be lying, right? Because I wasn't there.
I'm more than happy with that.
If we are talking to mayor of town, it makes sense that Rowan, who is from town, is one who tells them they are maybe in danger. of
She glances
war.
across at her dad, being like, when she says, "I wasn't there," because it's that moment of her being like, "I wasn't there." Like it's fine, Dad. My God.
I'm just saying that Delgrim, maybe not talk about us being at the theatre at all, and let Rowan talk to her.
How is person responsible for town supposed to be responsible for town if they do not have information firsthand that we can provide?
Do you believe Rowan is the best person to make a judgment on what her hometown would like to know?
Rowan, are you best person to make judgment on what this mayor would like to know?
I think the best person to talk to is the mayor, so that the Riverview isn't surprised if something does happen. And I think if I'm talking to her, I can probably give her the right information, but it'll hold more weight if it's a group of people, not just me coming home with some story, because some of the people in town don't really understand why I left. Like Da says, right? He lived his whole life here. Most people don't leave Riverview. It's, as you can see, it's lovely.
Why did you leave?
Because it's boring. Not bad boring.
The side
bad,
deciding
like-
to it's like
It's actually gonna,
Yeah, but like-
it's
like,
actually gonna
not-
chuckle into his wine
not
glass.
the
about it.
entire bar
bar
goes
Yeah.
silent.
The whole bar puts their drinks down
But,
and
like,
turns
Yeah.
the whole bar
Coll-
thinks she's
collective
weird
spit
anyway.
take.
No, but like she's not bad boring, but like something happened to me and I need to figure out what it is, and here isn't the place to do that. But I also can't explain to people what like happened, because then they'll think I'm even weirder than they thought I was already. So
Rowan, you have changed places with people multiple times and disappear on regular occurrence. There's no way we can think that is any stranger. If you ever need to talk about this thing that has happened to you, you can talk to, I'm sure, any of us.
Yeah, you're pretty weird in that respect, Rowan. to be fair.
Shortly, you know that this is true. You can talk to any of us if you need to do so.
I know, but also you've all had your own things going on. Like, there's other stuff going on. It's all right. Like, my stuff's not a big deal. I can learn stuff as I'm going along. It's fine. It's why I met you all in Greenfield in the first place. It's why I struck up a conversation with someone who looked completely different to me. And she, like, looks pointedly at Delgrim at that point, like, trying to remind him that, like, I sat down next to you because you looked different and interesting.
I am glad you did. I too have ventured into a world that many people where I'm from not inclined to do. I feel a similar call to explore, to learn, if that is what is at core of your own experience.
She, like, as you said that, she's, like, looked across at her dad in a, like, see, they get me kind of facial expression, as opposed to, like, everyone else in this small town who doesn't understand. And you know that I spent lots of time talking to Fyodor about his travels elsewhere and all of the rest of it before I ever decided to leave anyway.
I know.
So, I think we all need to go down and talk to Rose in the morning after I've dealing with my ma.
Don't you take that tone about your mom.
Like going shopping with my ma.
It's important to her. You know that.
No, that's why I said yes, but it doesn't mean I have to like it.
Are we going
to meet? And the conversation at this stage would sort of just gradually spiral off for the evening with further probably a little bit of backwards and forthing about the whole mother situation.
Yeah. God, mum's right.
Yeah,
Tiernan would probably make a comment to Rowan at this point. It's like, you should spend time with your mother, Rowan. Not telling you what to do, but they may not always be there.
Delgrim will second that, but also point out that it doesn't really matter if they are toxic in your life, but I don't think that's a vibe he's getting, so he will ask, are we going to get to meet your mother at some point before we leave this place?
She's gonna look at her dad for like she's going like, oh, that seems like a terrible choice,
and
she's gonna look at her dad
and you can see him going, like, there is a moment of perfect telepathy between the two of you where you look at each other and both go, no. And both of you at the same time will be just go, no. I think
like, Ma is lovely.
She's a beautiful woman.
She doesn't understand.
Oh, she does.
She loves this town.
She does.
She's never left this town. At least Da's been down to Deep Cove and Harrow and all these places. Ma's very local.
Old-fashioned.
Local, yeah.
Local.
She likes her town the way it is.
Okay, I think so. Several drinks in there at this point in the night, right? Because we're talking about conversations in the night. Delgrim's going to take a very serious tone. Rowan, you must listen to what I have to tell you.
Yep.
My home was taken by great tragedy from the people who lived there. The people who love it most were the ones who were most hurt when this tragedy occurred. If your mother is one of these people who truly loves this place and she has connection with this place, there is possibility she will have to leave.
I know. It would be better not coming from people she doesn't know. It would be better coming from Rose. And also, and she's going to share a look with her dad as she says the next bit. Ma has a tendency to think that, people I bring home are gonna stay around for a long time. And that's not what we want, I would suggest. She says that, like, trying to very much just be like, trust me, you do not want this.
yeah.
This is a bad choice for all of us.
And your father is nodding very much.
So, trading town, you say? What kind of things do you trade here? And is there local produce that we can have a look at?
To
You've
which-
I've been
all
sitting
night
on that
for
for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm
Michael.
so
You
proud
have,
of you.
buddy.
I'm
You
so
have.
proud of you.
And-
Did good.
And with that, you can
Oh.
almost, the rest of you probably don't notice so much, but Rowan, you would notice your dad almost give like a little, like, sigh of relief, and he would launch into a conversation with you, Grumpfel, about the local trade and everything that goes on in Riverview and all of that kind of stuff.
Rowan has probably just like at the switch in the conversation, like ducked up to the bar to get like the equivalent of table fries. Like something so that people have
Tater
had something
skins?
to eat.
Yeah,
Here
yeah.
to- here to
Table
tell-
fries.
table
Tater
tater
skins.
sticks.
Yep.
Table tater sticks.
Load up as
Um,
many of the free bread slices as you can get.
right, like you know, just to kind of step away to break the conversation
For sure,
a little.
for sure.
She'll come back again, but like, it's just
So-
like she's.
So is there anything else anyone
Oh,
wants to sort of
dear.
have a conversation about this evening? Otherwise, we'll wrap up the night's event with Rowan and Mr. Boulderhill returning back to their home.
Apparently, Delgrim, according to the poll in chat, Delgrim is someone you bring home. Hang on, to meet your mother.
Damn
Apparently.
straight
Horrify your
someone you
mother.
bring home to meet your mother.
Promethean,
According
happy
to
to
the poll
say
in
I was
chat.
your first yes vote. I was
I
straight
sus-
onto that vote.
I
yeses.
suspect that mothers
Who knows?
love Delgrim. So in your
That might be
faces,
a
naysayers.
problem.
He's so honest.
It's refreshing you've brought someone home that can speak their mind.
He's such a nice grey man.
About the only thing that
And then it'll be straight away, but not that we're judging.
So
Oh,
spry, considering
about the,
So-
about the only thing that Tiernan would probably want to talk about while we're having a few drinks is basically drawing a straight line between on this map from Riverview to the so-called gem mine, thinking that's the best way as the shortest way. Trying
Right,
to
yeah,
speak to Delgrim, it's just the best way to go.
I think if Tiernan and Delgrim are talking about that,
Tiernan knows he's not very knowledgeable at this point and is
well,
wanting advice, so he's trying to suggest things to get it
Delgrim,
clarified.
and so if we're chatting about that, so Delgrim's not knowledgeable of the area either, but he's going to probably use, I guess, like, and we can make it a survival roll against like reading the map itself, but he's also then going to pull in Rowan's dad into this conversation if he's more familiar with the area
Mhm.
about the routes that are genuinely going to be safer for
Yeah.
the sake of that conversation, but also faster, like
Yeah.
which routes are going to be the most efficient.
So yeah, sort of to cut a long story short, I guess. So to get like the Usurper Hills are about sort of 50 plus miles wide. That's 50 miles of hilly countryside. So that's going to significantly impact on how fast you can actually get through that. Normally you would travel about 24 miles a day. So that might be 2 days if you could just go in a straight line, easy travel. You're probably looking at 4 or 5 days to get through the mountains, like in a patch with no road or anything. Mr. Boulderhill would say that like it's 2.5, 3 days back down to Harrow. You could circle around Harrow without too many issues, get back onto the main road, and then you're going to get straight through the hills in like half the time.
Yeah, and so he's talking south though, right?
Yeah, he's talking going
northern,
south down to
yeah.
Harrow. He's very big on the whole, you guys should stick to the main roads.
What end of the wood and then cross straight, like following the dotted line for the road, get to the end of the woods and basically booking it straight towards the next road.
Yeah. So getting to the edge, cutting across from where Harrow is, sort of on under the edges of the woods. You know, it's easy to miss Harrow by 4 or 5 miles. You know, and then just taking the road through to Mountain View, and then basically his opinion is once you're in Mountain View, any kind of discussions around like civil wars and any kind of things like that, like, you know, you're heading in absolutely the wrong direction. He would explain that, you know, there is certain tensions between the two duchies. He would suggest that the road passes near somewhere called Fort Callan, and what's known as the Deadwater. He would strongly suggest not to stick to the road. Don't go near the Deadwater. Don't go near Fort Callan. Fort Callan's known to basically have a garrison of Kingsvale soldiers there, as sort of a first response if there's any kind of conflict. Love it, Delgrim.
So from over what?
So you're saying we're good once we're past the duchy on the left-hand side. Gotcha.
Well played, sir. Well played. Yeah.
Welcome
So
in,
basically,
Raiders.
Hey, Mims.
Hey, Raiders.
Mims and Co.
Hello.
G'day.
Andy Doody.
Mid-scene,
talking
so we will
travel.
get to you when we can.
We will. So basically sticking to those main roads, because those roads that way are well traveled. They're easy. They cut through the usurper hills in a very easy fashion. And then basically, you know, in regards to heading towards where the mines are, it's probably faster just following the roads than trying to cut cross country as far as Mr. Boulderhill is concerned.
Yeah.
Do we sort of come to that agreement, Delgrim, to follow that line?
I think Tiernan and Delgrim would probably be a little bit more concerned about some of the main roads in terms of traffic between Harrow and Deepco. But anything east of that, I don't think Delgrim's going to think that we're going to have a super issue in terms of conflict, war-based conflict or anything. Yeah.
The other thing that Mr. Boulderhill points out is that there is a particular custom within Kingsvale, which if you go there and you're not from Kingsvale, will mean that you will stick out significantly. And he advises you of, to paraphrase a whole bunch of conversations and stuff like this, in Kingsvale, pretty much everybody there wears what is known as a bind or multiple binds, which are something that is worn, generally speaking, in the hair, whether it's facial, on the head, or whatever. And it represents the honor that someone holds. So if you swear an oath or make a significant promise to someone, there is an exchanging of binds. If you don't have any, then straight away it picks you as someone who's from the outside, who's not from Kingsvale. He explains to you that there are even people there who are known as the unveiled. Those are people who have no honor. They have no binds. Often they'll have a completely shaved head, face. And to become an unveiled is a terrible thing to happen from someone from Kingsvale. They're often excommunicated from towns, villages, and stuff like that. Like it's a significant thing. And
Does Mr. Boulderhill recommend us to creating binds in our own hairs? Or?
He would be absolutely 100% not. The penalties for basically like wearing a bind that you have not been given for swearing an oath, if you're caught out, is significant.
So it's better being recognized as a foreigner.
Better to be recognized as foreigners. He has said that there are some elements where if you are to visit Kingsvale, because of course you know there are people who go there on a regular basis, you can actually get what they call bind scarves, which is basically a scarf that you can wear, which is open on display, but you can then attach the binds to. So whilst it's not in your hair, which is the tradition of Kingsvale, it's a way to display that honor that you're wearing on yourself. Again, it makes it known that you're probably an outsider from Kingsvale, but it also shows that you have sworn an oath within Kingsvale. You have got a certain amount of honor, and that's something these people see as important. He also mentions something about oath keepers. He doesn't know a whole lot about them, but he knows that the more significant oaths are sworn in front of an oath keeper. Those are the particularly important ones, and to break an oath sworn in front of an oath keeper is like instant unveiling, effectively.
Delgrim is enraptured by this conversation. I think I have a new thing I would like to do before I return home. I would like to swear oath, I think, in Kingsvale and fulfill oath while we're there. This seemed like worthy endeavor to undertake.
He seems he's like, oh well, I mean, sure, it's sure, okay. That sounds, I haven't encountered anyone who's wanted to do that before, but sure. He would let you know that like oath keepers, like they generally are in sort of the bigger towns or cities. So small villages and stuff like that, they won't have an official oath keeper. Where more significant oaths, you either go to the local larger town, or sometimes a mayor or a leader of that town might fill in.
If we find ourselves in Mountain View, you think we find one of
Mountain
these
View,
oath keepers in
there is an
Mountain
oath
View?
keeper in Mountain View. Yep, I'm aware of.
So these oaths have to be sworn in front of an oath keeper, or can it be an exchange of words between individuals? This is quite curious.
It's quite complicated at times. I mean, again, it depends on the type of oath. Like small villages, when you're like often if it's exchanges of property or something like that, anything where it's like I'm giving my word that this is what I'm going to be doing, or this is do. Most people will actually have their own like family binds. So if someone swears an oath to them, it's like they receive a bind saying, I accept the oath that you've sworn to me. So that, in small towns, they're not, they've all got to be able to show this. It's all very weird and complicated. I don't know, I think it goes all the way back to the Sundering War, why they do this sort of stuff. That the whole honor thing in Kingsvale is very big. It's very important. I would suggest once you're there, don't go lying to people. Especially whatever you do, don't lie to an oath keeper. Those people, they've got a knack for knowing when
I would be more concerned about people telling too much of the truth.
Well, I mean, there's a fine line between lying and not telling the truth, shall we say? But I'm just saying, be very careful if you are dealing with the oath keepers there. They have a very particular knack for picking up when people are telling up falsehoods.
The thinnest of lines between omission and confession.
Exactly.
Yes, I had an uncle like that.
Well, look, it's interesting times there. Only been there once or twice, but strange place. But anyway, more drinks, I think. So with that, the evening will draw to a close. Rowan and Mr. Boulderhill will return back home. You guys get back to your little house, Rowan, and your mother is asleep in one of the armchairs, just snoring quietly. And like your dad goes over and he's kind of like gestures you over, and the two of you sort of, wake her up very gently. What's going on?
Nothing. Well, we're just back, and you fell asleep. And if you stay in the chair, you're gonna stay uncomfortable, and then tomorrow you'll hurt. So,
oh my god,
bad time, I think.
Okay, perhaps. Whatever you say, my little Ro. God, you stink of beer. And he's like, and the two of you help your mother off to bed, and then respectively return to your own abodes. The rest of the party will all call it a night. I'm
going to assume Rowan's room has not changed since she left.
No,
It's exactly the same.
Still posters of your favorite bands on the wall, whatever.
Oh my god, can you explain to us what Rowan's room
No,
looks like?
absolutely
No,
not.
look, this isn't character knowledge. This is just for the benefit of
Uh-huh.
like my own enjoyment. I want to know
I
what
know.
All to
Rowan's
ceiling
room looks
stuffed
like.
animals.
No, not at all. I think it's more like if the rest of the house is like comfy, hers feels a bit more like a place that you could leave at any moment but come back to. Like it's less sort of lived in, if that makes sense. There's probably like a poster of there's like maps on the walls rather than posters of bands, and there's like definitely a bookcase with lots of slightly odd books that you wouldn't necessarily expect to see in a bedroom that are like things about rocks, things about deal making and things like that. Just sort
Where
of
to go that isn't home.
a collection of things that feels like someone's been doing research in a space rather than necessarily is trying to make it a place that lots of people spend time. This is a serviceable space rather than a comfortable space, if that makes sense. It's not a place for sleepovers and slumber parties. It is a
touchstone.
I'm feeling a
if
bit
you will.
sad for your character at this moment.
no, like it's rather than thinking of it like a kid's room, think of it like a student dorm, in that it's comfortable, but it's not like fancy and super lived in and stuff.
2 by
On the
3.
map
Gotcha.
where Mountain View is, there's in red text, boo, written over the top of it. Exclamation
Just leave
point.
immediately. Here is my 100 list of things I don't like about Riverview.
Look. There's probably like the oh god, I can't remember what we decided the sports team name was.
The
Crap.
Riverview
Loggers.
Otters.
Like there's probably some Riverview Otters merch and like things like that are just the right amount of connected to the town, but with no like
Go sports ball.
yeah, like I don't know. I in my head I compare it to like what my apartment was like when I was studying not in Perth. Like when I was studying over east and I only had some stuff with me from home.
Wow. Yeah.
That it was still comfortable and like felt like home, but it's not a place that feels
Riverview
permanent.
themed hotel room.
Yeah, yeah.
More a transient place, like that someone doesn't spend all of their time.
Yep.
Unlike all of us right now, like sitting doing everything at our desks. The desk is sparser than that and things like that. Yeah.
So with that, the evening draws to a close. What we'll do, let's call, this is a good time to take a quick break. So let's break now for 5 or 10 minutes. And we will return to go and talk to Rose and then venture east.
Whoa.
Oh.
Step outside the Shire for the first time.
Wait, are we not going to spend the next 3 sessions in Riverview just like chatting, or
Can we do one thing before we go and see Rose?
One more step, Mr. Frodo.
Look, it's up to you guys.
Let's go Herald of Barrow Heralds.
All right, let's go to break. We'll be back in 5 or 10 minutes, and then we're going to power on through. All right,
Magic.
cheers, everyone. Thank you, everyone who's been lurking with us.
Yes,
You're
thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you to all the raiders who came
yes.
in and
Thank you,
raid.
Raiders.
Mims a lot and friends, legends.
Yep.
Good to
Thank
see
you very much for that.
Hello, hi.
We do a campaign every Saturday, every second Saturday.
Yep, every second Saturday here
Through
now. Awesome. All right, see you guys soon.
Lovely world.
See you soon.
Back up. Okay.
No, we're all good. Okay. Hi,
What is-
welcome
what
back.
is- what is it with you guys and wet mouths, though?
I mean, ultimately,
dear.
what's... I don't even have words.
Oh
Okay.
dear.
So,
Look, I'm sorry that our break was taken up with like what monsters are hot. Like that's...
I'm not ever.
no.
I will never be sorry for that question.
You would
dear.
think it would be easy to write a Tinder bio for a D&D monster.
There's something
Can't
really...
imagine why someone would do a silly thing like
No,
that.
why would
you?
That
I
would
don't
be a
know.
terrible
Why?
life choice that someone would be making for themselves.
Like, yeah, baby, show me that gelatinous cube.
Oh god.
You really went there, did you?
Oh,
Of course they did. So this is me. God,
Leave
no.
that.
Okay, so
I don't keep secrets. People see right through me.
okay, so
Ooh, good line. Though.
with that, we now the following day comes about. You all wake up after a good night's rest. And Mr. Grumpfel, I believe you have been up to something.
Yes. So, hang on. Let's wait till the party reunites because Grumpfel's got a little piece.
So Rowan, did you want to sort of play out the interactions with your mother, or did you want to just sort of summarize as it
That
was?
depends, Ham. Do you want to play out being
Wheels
my
out,
mom?
wheels out
That's a better
Freud's
question.
lounge for you.
I think
Speaking of hot monsters, hey Hamish, I really want to see you be Rowan's mum as much as possible.
okay. Those are two. That's a sentence I never want to ever.
Someone clip that.
That needs to be on the bingo card.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Rowan's hot mum.
Hold on,
God.
hold on. I
You-
can't.
Wait,
You
no,
may
hang
hear
on, hang on,
Grumpfel say a bad
No,
word.
hold on. If I was a little bit more organized, off to my right, Tam has got a wig that she was using for another stream that she was being on, which if I could reach right now and had it been more organized for, could have been the greatest.
Can-
Tam,
also-
hide it from them.
Consent-
Would you like some bacon or eggs for breakfast?
Consensus
so,
of the party: will we allow him to get up and walk across the room and come
No.
back?
So I think let's just summarize it. I think so we can keep things sort of moving along, unless there's any kind of important narrative sort of beats that you want to hit, Rowan. But I think it's probably more. Yeah, your
it's-
mother. Your
It's
mother
very
would-
much an environment of like, I am going along with this because I want to, but mum is going to try and ask me as many awkward questions as possible that I will deflect as much as possible. And then we probably run into a whole bunch of mum's friends who have asked me many questions about how, my travels have been and where am I planning to stay, and much of the have you found someone nice to travel with type questions.
Yep.
And it's all very awkward, and by the end of it she just really wants to leave.
Yep, perfect.
Great.
On
Nutshell.
point. On point. Absolutely.
Either wants to leave or have the earth swallow her up and drag her on.
And your mother is none the wiser of any of the conversations from the night before.
Nope.
Your dad would have said everyone's really lovely and nice.
And they're taking
you would
good
have-
care of me.
Yeah, and you would have deflected them meeting her. She would have been probably like, "Oh my god, I want to go and meet your family," but you'd be like, "No, not going to happen."
My family, my newfound
your
family. of
new
friends.
family, your
my
friends.
newfound family.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
So whilst you're off doing that, the rest of the group's kind of got about an hour where you would all wake up, sort of head down to the common room and of the Riverman, of which they'd have a nice like bacon and egg breakfast that they'd be able to roll out to you if you were interested. The famous rye loaves, fresh out of the oven, still warm. So when you smear the butter on, it just melts straight away.
Rowan has probably recommended a bacon sandwich to you before she's left the night before as like a good thing to have for breakfast.
The bread's just really thick and slightly toasted, and there's just so much bacon. You almost can't fit it in your mouth. I'm actually salivating a little bit.
You do have a real wet mouth.
Yeah.
You do have a real wet mouth.
Oh,
Real pearly.
I regret this pact
Yeah.
channel so much.
Grimace about that. The wet mouth is what it's all about.
Okay, so once you guys are all down on the common room and food is being brought, Taris comes down and of course joins you as well. Grumpfel, you
Yes.
have something.
Waiting for Kate to rejoin us. Oh,
Are you going to wait?
to
Oh,
rejoin
you want
yeah.
Rowan? Okay, cool. Okay,
Yeah,
so is there anything that you guys want to do while Rowan's off? Basically,
To be clear, I am probably going to be a couple of hours because
Yeah.
I have to do the whole like going to the market with my mother thing. So this is like, I would not be rejoining you until mid-morning at the earliest.
That's fine.
So if there's
That's
anything that
fine.
you guys want to do, otherwise we'll just basically time jump ahead until Rowan finally rolls up.
Tiernan would just be tinkering with
Cool.
Licky, so nothing.
Miera was hoping to, maybe as we're going towards the mayor's place, she was hoping to stop in at the Guild of Sending. She asked about the other night.
Yep, we can certainly touch base on that one as well. All right. So finally, Rowan turns up, rolls into the tavern. I'm anticipating possibly looking a little bit tired.
Yeah, she's probably going straight to the bar counter and ordering a coffee.
Yeah.
Like, and if Theodore is behind the bar, he would know the look of having dealt with of Rowan having dealt with her mother because he has seen that facial expression before.
Yeah, and he's already like halfway through organizing the coffee for you. Slides it across. Like there's a couple of extra sugar cubes on the side of the saucer just in case you need a bit more of that sugar kick to get you through.
Thank you. I'll pay. I'll sort you out later if that's
Just this family, I understand. This one's on the house.
She like sort of nods in that like thankful way and then turns and like shuffles over to the group in that very, oh my god, I've just been dealing with way too much energy for the last 2 hours and I just don't have it now.
Yeah.
Even though she is like normally the pinnacle of energy, all of her energy has been sapped by her mother.
Emotional
Cool.
vampire, got it.
Okay, so with the whole group together now, Grumpfel.
Right, so we have the five of us. Taris is Rowan's dad with or no?
No, it's just
Okay.
you guys.
Yep, cool,
Yeah.
no worries.
And the rest of the tavern's comparatively empty by this stage because it's mid-morning. Most people are out working. There's maybe one or two people sort of having a quiet drink or something like that, but that's pretty quiet.
Right.
Okay.
So it's probably we should go see Rose, I think, unless you guys want to see anything of town before we do that.
Is the Guild of Sending on the way?
Can be.
That would be good.
Before we all just looks like we're just finishing our breakfast and our coffee. Before we get going, last night's conversation, parts of it were interesting, and something that struck a chord with me, and I dare say it needs. This is an appropriate juncture for it to be said. And he reaches into his pocket and brings something out, and you can't quite see what it is. He says, "We've not long been together and travelled and assisted, and I feel as though we are finding our stride. And though at times we may not agree or see eye to eye, I think we've come together as a group that can rely and depend on each other. And this talk of, what was it, binds? Now, I take it that we don't necessarily need to find someone to make an oath to each other, but I will, and it's up to you, but I will start." And he opens his hand, and in his hand are these little strips of black cloth, and you can see some twine that he's made from his hemp rope. And in there is a little glob of wax that he's cut from a candle, that like a incense candle that he's got. And you can see that there's a little patch in his beard, and each one of them's got strands of hair into this wax. And the cloth is wrapped around it, and it's been bound with the hemp rope. And in the center of the wax he may have Grumpfel may have spoken to you about it or not, but the Tyrolite that the Svirfneblin of Svazina have, he has a couple of the chits that they use as just like honor tokens and that sort of thing. He's actually had one. He ducked out this morning, found the smithy, and has broken one into a few pieces. And each one of those pieces has been stuck very meticulously into the wax. And he basically puts each of these in front of you and says, "This is the oath I give you, an oath of 5, that whilst we travel and far beyond that, with my last dying breath, I give you my honor." And he's got one for each of you. And then he looks at Taris and he says, "Daughter of Maisha, my pledge is for you as well, should you accept it." And he gives her one. And then he turns and looks to Tiernan and goes into his other pocket and pulls out this little one and says, "And this is for your little friend as well." And he's got one for Blinky.
Tiernan's sort of taken aback. He's trying to
And says,
find some words. I'd be most honoured, Grumpfel. And takes it reservedly and takes the one for Blinky. And Blinky is most appreciative and tries to affix it to trying to remember what Mr. Boulderhill said the night prior about a scarf holding them, and tries to directly affix it to the side of Blinky for one.
Yeah.
And starts rummaging around his pockets for appropriate fixing point for himself.
"Brothers, sisters, let's enjoy the last remnants of breakfast before we get underway for this day." And he kind of just goes back to his food.
Grumpfel's the best.
Does Miera actually say that, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll fix mine in my hair.
Tiernan's going to affix the one he's got in the collar on his strange coat.
Grumpfel kind of fluffs his shirt, and you can see there's one attached to his amulet of Kamateon.
What does Delgrim do? That's what I'm curious about. I know what
I think I don't know if it's the right play or not.
Starts flirting with Grumpfel.
Continues flirting with Grumpfel. That is a continuation of previous. That's not.
So where are you from originally?
I was considering the hat, but I don't think the hat's the right play. No, he'll brother, this is very kind of you. I want you to know honor is, I feel you know this already, not something that is given. It is not something that we collectively can take from you, but I take your offer in the spirit it is given, and I keep it close to my heart. And Delgrim will kind of tuck it away for the time being, kind of inside of his vest that he wears, and right up against his deliciously grey skin.
Deliciously
grey.
Like suspiciously hairless. That's not
No, that's Tiernan. That's Tiernan, not Delgrim.
No, it's like suspiciously hairless.
No, that's right up
Deliciously grey is like suspiciously hairless.
And our combined lexicon increases.
Could I not made that clear? I'm sorry.
Rowan's gonna take it and just pocket it in the same pocket that the rock is in. Because of what she will do with it later, but can't do with it now. Complicated brain things. It's fine. I will message you, Ham. It'll make sense, but I just can't do it now.
Taris will pick up the one that you put in front of her, Grumpfel. And there's a small smile of which you haven't seen many of from Taris over the last few days. And she kind of looks at it, and she looks at you, and she looks at the rest of the group and goes, "You're not really what I sort of expected. I mean, I didn't know what I was expecting with you all, considering everything that's happened, but Thank you, Grumpfel. I'll no, I'm honoured. And she'll actually her long hair, which she sort of has in a high sort of ponytail most of the time, she makes a small plait of sort of a part of it and ties that onto there. And then says, well, should we go and see this Rose person then? Then we can kind of get moving.
Before we go, Tiernan's literally got his foot on Blinky on the chair and has a hammer and is literally hammering something to the side of him, trying to put this thing on. Because the difference in the type of material and so forth.
With the string, can't you just tie it on to his
No.
something?
It has to be permanent.
All of a sudden we hear tink, tink. He's got the Black & Decker drill out, and he's got the drill
He's
press.
not subtle here. He's not subtle here. He's just
Like the rivet guns out.
I mean, okay. So with that, you guys get together all of your gear. You head off towards where Rose, the town mayor, lives. You are able to. There is a very small Guild of Sending office here, which Miera, you're able to stop in on the way through. When I say it's tiny, and there's a small elderly halfling who runs it, and you can see there's like a number of like pigeonholes on the wall behind his little desk, with like mail in it. You can see basically, it's like this is the mail room essentially. What was it that you were wanting to do there?
I just want to see if they have any way of getting mail forwarded from different places. And if not, then I would like to send another message or another letter to someone.
He like the elderly halfling tells you that. Yeah, look, I mean, there's like it depends on where it's from and stuff like that. So, there's numerous connections from around here. So like Harrow and Loggers Rest all the way through to Deep Cove. There's a small office in Hillfoot. So yeah, they can see the message and like sort of have someone check, but they only do that sort of once every couple of weeks.
I was only in Harrow just a little while ago, and I didn't get a chance to go to the Guild of Sending, but I was hoping that there was some mail there for me, potentially. Is there any way of checking today?
He's like, not today. No, I mean, I have to send a rider, so it'll be 3 days. Well, 2.5 days there. 2.5 days. So probably won't get anything for another 5 days.
Okay. Well, can I just get you to send this for me, and I'll send a letter, and I will message you what it says later.
Sure thing. And he's like, where do you want the letter returned to? Back here, or?
I don't know where I'm gonna be next.
Well, that kind of from mail to work, young lady. You need to actually have somewhere for the mail to get sent to. So
well,
I can send something, but if you're back here,
yeah, I think.
Okay, I can I can organise that. That's something. Any mail that I send, I can have a return address of here. That's not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And with that, you put together the letter, give him all the details, send that off. And he collects all the required information.
Delgrim's going to be somewhat inspired by that, and I'll send you 2 letters that he'll send off through the Guild of Sending as well. No return address required. I would just like to send these.
That's fine. Okay. No return is required. Sure thing.
Tiernan also had a bit of a heart pang and excuse me, sir. Does your guild service Katha Bal at all?
Oh, not from here. You'd need to do that from one of the larger towns. That's, I mean, trying to get mail to a town that's constantly on the move is a little bit more complicated.
Oh, I no doubt understand it completely. What sort of major towns would you suggest further east? Not suggesting Harrow, of course.
Further east.
In Kingsvale. Do you know of any?
I mean, I know there's a large office in Dalian's Rest.
Land's Rest, okay. Mhm.
They might have some better means there. Iron Edge might have something. Those are probably going to be your two best chances
Okay.
that I can think of off the top of my head anyway.
Thank you. That much appreciated.
Oh, that's fine. Have a good day. I mean, goes about
You too.
sorting his mail and stuff like that. Okay. So you guys continue onwards. I'm intrigued by all these letters now. Especially Mr. Delgrim. And it's not long before you roll up to Rose's house. Now, Rose's place, it's very similar to a lot of the other houses here. It's very simple. It's got a little white picket fence with a lovely garden out the front. It's not big. It's not fancy. It is the epitome of Riverview. It looks really cozy. It is also halfling sized. But yeah, the garden is probably the garden is the one thing that really sticks out. It's really nice. Someone spent a lot of time in that garden.
Yeah. What time is it? And I know that's a really odd question, but Rowan would not want to knock on the door before a certain hours.
It's probably like 10:30, 11ish.
Yeah, okay. So she's going to just sort of like indicate to everyone to just sort of like stay back a bit from the door so that they're not all up in a space.
And
just
takes a dramatic step and a half back.
And she's going to do the door knock, but without the dump on the end, on purpose.
Yep. You hear sort of a voice kind of calling out inside. It's muffled, something along the lines of and a few moments later, I should say, the door swings open. Standing in front of you is a short, even for a halfling woman.
So we're eye level, basically.
Pretty much, yeah. She is delightfully cuddly in shape, with beautifully curled silver hair. She is a little bit older. She's probably at least since her mid-80s plus. Wearing just relative for halflings. Wearing a very, very, very finely tailored dress. Quite well tanned. Obviously, somebody who spends a fair bit of time outside. A lot of smile lines. And she sees you, Rowan. She goes, Rowan Boulderhill, is that you?
Yes. Sorry, didn't want to interrupt your morning, but it's kind of important.
No, look,
I come in except I don't know that my friends will fit.
Sort of trails off.
She looks past you at the rest of the group, kind of gives you all a bit of a sort of a once over. She goes, most of them should fit. The tall blue one, he can probably just crouch down a bit. She should be fine. Come on in. I've just
gonna look up at Tiernan with a slight apologetic of like, this house is tiny and I acknowledge this.
I've just made some really nice raisin cookies. Come inside.
Taris just
I
kind
feel
of
like
puts her head in the door.
Yeah, and Taris and Taris, who the DM occasionally forgets about because he's a freaking hopeless, looks at you, Tiernan, because of course she's even taller than you, and she's just like,
Is she? I thought she was about the same height, but okay.
No, she's 6'1".
Which is my actual real life Kate height.
She's Kate
Rude.
height. Yeah.
That's right. I'm 5.8.
Yeah. So Rose is like, come on. Just don't stop dallying about. And she heads on back in, and as you guys sort of start to go in, you just get hit by the smell of freshly baked biscuits. And I mean, like, Miera, this is your jam. They smell good. I mean,
I don't know, raisin cookies though.
Raisin cookies. Sparkle cookies.
But are they sparkle cookie good?
Yeah. As you guys go inside, it is a delightfully cozy little house. Very kind of antique-y style furniture. Big armchairs, nice big couch, a little wee fireplace. Lots of artwork on the wall of like picturesque countrysides and that kind of thing. It's gorgeous. She says, "Come inside, take a seat. I'm really sorry for the tall folk. There's a couch. You can probably just use that. And I'll be back in a minute." And she sort of scurries off in the direction of the kitchen as you guys get yourselves organized.
Tiernan's going to immediately make her go towards the couch so he's not hitting his head on the.
Yeah. And Terrace is the same. She's sort of following along, sort of trying to avoid
Like-
lights and stuff like that.
And avoid the chandeliers and
Yeah,
lanterns.
doesn't want to do a Gandalf or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
A few minutes later, she comes back with this big plate with this just pile of cookies on it, and puts it on like a small table that's sort of in the middle of the room. "Please, help yourself. My name's Rose Thistletop. In case Rowan hasn't told you, I'm the mayoress, mayor, whatever you want to say, of Riverview. And you are."
Lovely to meet you, Miss Thistletop. Tiernan de Palan, and he's going to reach for a biscuit.
Normally, Tiernan would stand and do the thing, but
It's fine. I get it. I understand. It's fine. It's Tiernan, Mr. Grey Dwarf.
I'm Delgrim Harrowfell.
Delgrim, nice to meet you, Delgrim. And I've got a Sverfneblin as well. It's quite the collection here. This is quite interesting.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Grumpfel Greystone of Sverzina.
Sverzina. Wow, that's quite. I haven't heard anyone from Sverzina in quite some time. Nice to meet you, Grumpfel. And you, young lady.
And Miera will be eating the cookie already and will spit out crumbs as she says, "I'm Miera from Sparkletown. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
Cookies
Miera.
are great, thank you."
No, I'm glad. It's nice. I mean, it's almost like just good luck that you turned up in time. And she says, pointing to Terrace, and Terrace goes, Terrace Alton. And Rose's very kind of buoyant demeanor changes. She's, "Oh, Lady Alton, haven't had any of the Altons here in a while." She kind of shoots you a quick look, Rowan, and then back to Terrace and goes, I mean, it's nice to have you here, Rowan.
Sorry, I normally would give you warning and things, but there wasn't really time, and we only came in last night, so you're the first stop at a reasonable hour, other than Ma and Da, because obviously if I came back to town and didn't tell them, then that'd be a whole thing. Saz!
All of the subs. Awesome.
I like that Geo just managed to get himself a sub and all of that. It's good. So we were in Harrow, and I don't really know how to explain it because I wasn't there exactly, but people have died, and Lady Alton doesn't really have the ability to go back right now, and we're worried that something will happen that'll mean that Riverview ends up in the middle of a big fight between she's sort of trying to explain this in words that we'll understand without giving too much information. But
so Rose just goes, "All right, stop," and she goes from "Hey, here are my cookies" to "Right, this is business." All right,
business.
Rowan, if you can't give me a straight answer in regards to what's going on, can anybody else hear? I just want it plain and simple. What are you talking about?
Delgrim will cast his glance at Rowan. Just
we weren't okay.
I can.
So simple terms,
Simple.
Rose. We weren't involved But we know what happened in Harrow. So I need you to understand that when my friends are talking about us being there, we weren't involved in this.
Harrow will likely have a civil war with Deepco because Duke's son and wife were murdered in Harrow.
Violently with fire.
All right, when did this happen?
About
3 days ago?
It'll be
4.
4 by now.
4 days ago? Less than a week.
Less than a
but the
week.
news hasn't travelled yet.
I haven't heard anything yet, but I mean, it's something like that. I mean, it makes a bit of sense. There's been a little less trade from Harrow the last few days.
Harrow has literally been turned on its head, and
We
Lady
were lucky we
Alton
got
is
out.
with us.
All right,
because
okay. So I'm sorry just to cut you off. So Harrow and Deepco. So the Malagarths and the Beckforth. So the Beckforth's son has been killed in Harrow, and now right. Okay.
And Lady Beckforth.
Yes.
All right, and the wife.
Yes.
Okay. And so how do the Altons fit into this?
So, I don't know exactly, but Grumpfel might be able to tell you more, because I was there, but I wasn't there. Rose, you know about the thing, so it's complicated for me.
We were in Harrow to seek audience with the Altons on behalf of Greenfields, a settlement nearby. I'm sure you're familiar with.
Just wrong place, wrong time.
Yes. During the incident, because of our introduction to the Altons, we sought to make sure that Lady Alton here and her mother at the were
I'm
brought
sorry.
to
I'm just
safety.
going to interrupt you here. Can you just paraphrase for me? I'm sure
There
this
is no need to
interesting.
paraphrase. Taras is here. She speaks for herself.
The Beckforths were assassinated.
You want to know how Altons are involved? You ask Taras herself. She's right here.
The
So
Beckforths were assassinated. We came to the rescue of the Altons, and for that effort, some of the Malagarth's allies have killed Lady Alton. I'm very sorry, as you'll turn to say to Taras, I'm very sorry. Have killed the late Lady Alton, and the current Lady Alton's brother have been killed as well. Hence us
Right.
whisking her away to safety.
okay, all right. Thank you.
There it
That's-
is.
Just
All right.
opportunists in the upheaval.
I can probably imagine who that would be, to be honest. Lady Alton, I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm
Traderson.
Tradersons. I thought it might be them. I'm familiar with the few of them. They come to town to trade every now and then. Look. And so, sorry, Rowan, you were saying that you and your friends here played no part in any of this, but you seem to be involved in some way, though. Is it something that I should know, or is it something that really I probably shouldn't know?
I would suggest that it's important that you know that we weren't involved, but we were in the area when everything happened. Does that make sense?
And you swear that you and your friends, you weren't responsible. You were just wrong place, wrong time, as your
Rose,
friend
would I
Tiernan
be
said.
here if that were the case?
Well,
Would I have brought these people to this town if that, like, she's getting slightly annoyed at the idea that someone would suggest that she would bring dangerous people to this
I
town.
understand your frustration, Rowan. You've got to remember, I'm thinking about Riverview.
I know. And that's why we came, to tell you that there was these things happening, because I care about Riverview too.
Miss Rose, that's the only reason why we're here, is that Rowan was adamant to make sure that Riverview was well informed.
Because you're in the
Believe.
middle. Literally in the middle.
I understand where we sit with these two places. All right. This is interesting news. Rowan, you're a good lass. Thank you and your friends for bringing me this. I am going to have a bit of a chat with a few people. I think we'll be fine. I think we're enough of a neutral kind of town that we don't have any strong alliances with, whether it's the Malagarths or these Beckforce or the Tradersons or any of these other great houses. But I think I might need to be sending some people to just go and find some things out. What are your plans now?
Well,
especially with Lady Alton here. I mean, what?
I just want you to know, though, that I spoke to my dad about it. So if you need someone to talk to who can help, he and I had a big chat about it as well. Just so you know,
right.
That's all who knows that that's all I've told in town.
All right. Well,
Delgrim, I would like to roll an insight check on the "what are your plans now" question quite specifically.
Okay.
I want to get a vibe for whether or not.
Okay, make a vibe check.
Yeah, whether or not Rose is kind of on board with lovey-dovey feelings,
Make
or
a vibe check and make sure you clean out the photocopier.
If there's a sense that information might be used against us, and I've rolled a 10.
A 10.
Oh, hang on. Insight. Let me just check if I've got anything.
A 9. 11. She seems like a very, very open individual. She seems there is probably more a sense of a concern about Rowan and like what Rowan's plans are more than anything else that are behind that kind of question.
Can Grumpfel do an insight check?
Sure.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Ooh. What's his modifier?
While they're talking, can Miera try and
16.
get some cookies?
Oh, Miera, you can go to town on the cookies if you'd like to.
I just want to slip some in my bag, but I don't want to be seen doing it.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Tiernan is unashamedly stuffing his face with cookies.
That's fine. Grumpfel, what did you get?
16 for an insight check, thank you.
Same thing as Tiernan. Like, she just seems concerned. She's gone from town, right? Rowan next. Again, she's become very, very, very business-like in her approach to stuff. Miera, what did you roll?
I rolled a 17 plus 2, so 19.
Oh, look, everyone's two.
Half the plate's gone.
Half the plate's gone before anyone notices.
Those pockets look awfully bulky.
Those cookies were never there.
Yeah. So, Rowan,
Tiernan isn't stuffing them. He's actually just eating them.
Yeah. Rowan, so what are your plans now?
I mean, I think we need to get the Lady Alton to somewhere safe. And if I can help do that, then I think that's a good idea. I mean, Ma doesn't want me to leave because it's Ma, but...
Well, I mean, of course. I mean, that's I know you and Ma quite well, and yes. Enough said.
So I need to do that, and I think some of the places that we're planning to go might have more information about the thing. And she says that with that sort of like that look at someone where suddenly you transition to you know what I'm talking about, and please don't discuss it any further.
She's like, the thing.
Shift.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay.
Can actually Tiernan do an insight on Rowan when they refer to that as the thing?
The thing.
He's generally curious because it's been referenced more than once now. And he's a little bit surprised that both father knows now. He's trying to work. He's trying to determine if they were referring to the ring or something else.
That's an insight check's not going to give you that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. No, an insight check would be more around like are they being honest, dishonest?
Is she hiding something? I mean, yes.
Yeah. It's very obvious. Yes.
There you go. You can roll a nat 1 and I tell you yes.
Hey, don't let me roll. I will roll that one.
Go on.
So Rose says, all right. I've got some things I'm going to need to do. Rowan, if you and your friends are more than welcome to stay here and finish some cookies. I need to go. There's people I need to talk to.
Do you want us to stay around, or are we good to leave? I guess.
I think,
Question.
considering what you've said, considering Lady Alton here, and considering how long it's been, I would not be surprised if we had some of the Malagars or even some of the Tradersons turn up here in the next day or two. They're going to be wanting to come here and, I don't know, they
Make
might
you
be
pick
wanting to,
sides.
yeah.
She
It's
says that with a
gonna-
real sadness of like, I don't want this to have to happen to this town that I grew up in.
Tyrion's a bit shocked by that, and he's actually going to stand up and hit his head on the roof.
And she sort of like
What's
glances
the
at.
ceiling?
What, like deliberately?
Yeah,
He's going to
he's
stand
actually
up
a bit-
deliberately, but he's going to
just
bang his
out
head
of-
on the
No,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
not deliberately. He's literally going to stand up, shocked that
Look,
the Malagars
I'm-
may be coming.
Again, I just want to reassure you, all of you here, that we're not going to be picking sides, whether it's the Malagars, the Tradersons. No disrespect to Lady Alton, but if it was the Altons who were turning up here, we're neutral land. They're whatever's going to happen, whoever decides to come through here, we're not picking sides. We've got enough sway between the various houses that I don't think anyone is going to want to do anything terrible to our little town, shall we say. I think the biggest thing, I can think of a few small risks, but Rowan, don't stress when I say risks. Everyone should be okay. If not, that's what I'm going to go and talk to some people about. Okay, we'll make some plans. We'll set up some contingencies.
Okay.
Now, are you
Well-
sure you and your friends don't want to stay? I mean, you're welcome to stay, but I mean, in the same respect, Lady Alton here is probably.
It is too dangerous for Riverview for
It
us to
is.
stay. As wrong as it may be, we are associated with these events. If we are found here, this is problem for you and for people of Riverview.
Well, in that case, I think I appreciate your honesty, sir. Be good for you all then to. Is there anything that you need before you leave town?
Rowan, is there anything that you need?
I better go home and tell Ma and Dad that I'm going, but I don't think there's anything I need. I might. I
You
might
need any
suggest
supplies?
that people go talk to Theodore, and maybe if you need any foods and things like that, you can get stuff. I'm fine, I think, because she's an Outlander, so she is fine.
You're used to Rose says, "Look, I mean, if there's anything that you need, you can talk to Theodore. He can potentially get you some rations or something like that for your travels. You can go down to the rapids. Paisley or Rory will be able to hook you up there as well. Just tell them that I sent you. So if there's anything that you need, because this information is valuable. Don't know if there's much we're going to be able to do about it, but at least we can be a little bit prepared. And like I said, we'll be fine.
If you are genuinely feel that you are able to manage and navigate this situation, I think the best thing is for us to leave as quickly as possible.
Mr. Delgrim, I've been the mayor here for 20 years now. I've been dealing with these great houses for a very, very long time. I feel like I've got enough sway to be able to make sure that we minimize any kind of risk our little town might get into. But I'm sure it will be fine.
If something terrible happened, next place we probably will be Mountain View. If anything happened, you send some kind of message to Mountain View. We will check Guild of Sending. Send via Guild of Sending. If something terrible happened here, you let us know and we will return immediately.
All right. Well, I appreciate the sentiment. We'll definitely look at something like that. Rowan, just so that you know, if, and I mean if, anything happens here, I'll make sure everybody gets out and we'll head north. Okay? You remember where Hillfoot is?
Hmm?
Yeah, we'll head to Hillfoot.
Okay.
No one's going to go up there. It's a tiny little, the rest of
No.
it's a tiny little town in the middle of nowhere. But people don't give a shite about Hillfoot. It'll be fine.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now, right.
Oh, Rose, don't tell
Yes.
Ma.
Oh, I look. Your ma's going to find out at some stage.
Don't tell Ma I told you.
Sure. I'll tell I'll tell her. If she asks, I'll just say it was some random trader or something like that.
You just
How's
got
that?
news. It's not. You don't.
It's fine. It'll be. I know how to deal with your mom. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now she turns to Lady Alton and says, "Lady Alton, again my sincere condolences to you with everything that's happened. If there's anything that the folk of Riverview can do for you and your family, or you, or you, please let me know, and we'll do what we can." And Terrace just gives a brief nod. Says, I very much appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. All right, now out. I've got things to do. Rowan, can you? I think I need a hug before you go.
Okay. And she'll go to give her a hug, but as like they're hugging, she's going to just whisper that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be the bearer of all of this.
And she whispers back and just goes, "It's fine. Just stay safe. Keep that thing of yours close. And just be careful who you trust. Okay?
I know.
All right. You're a good lass. Stay safe." She breaks away from the hug and she goes, "Right, out. I've got things to do. I've got important mare business."
Grumpfel puts his hand out for the mayor.
She gives it. Yep.
He says, "May your life and duty be long and blessed."
Thank you very much, Mr. Grumpfel, and back to you as well. And she gives you a very, very sturdy handshake. All right. Now, you, Tiernan, take the rest of the cookies. I mean, you've already eaten a remarkable number of them already.
Well played, Ham. Well played.
Didn't think I'd eat that many.
Well, I mean, it's been watching you out the corner of my eyes, young man, and it's just been basically a bit of a shoveling exercise. So
Oh no!
take them, otherwise they're just probably going to go to waste. I'm probably not going to be home much for today with all these other things I've got to do. Now, take them and then shoo, get out.
My
And
apologies, madam, and he takes 2 more and then goes to leave.
And with that, you take those. She sort of shoos you all out of the house. And as you leave and enter back out onto the street to review, Rowan, you sort of glance back quickly and you can see that Rose is standing in the doorway, her eyes sort of firmly fixed on you. And there's just a very sort of slight look of sort of sadness on her expression, and she door closes behind her.
Pick up on this as a collective group, or
Rowan would be at the back of the group to leave because she would let everyone be shuffled out. So it depends very much on whether you think you
If
would
anyone
naturally
would
look back.
Yeah, if anyone would naturally look back, yeah.
I'm just really impressed that Delgrim didn't go. Enough about war. Tell about Thea.
No, Delgrim probably would look back, and there'll be a little convo with Rowan in a minute as to why specifically. But yeah, there's a good chance Delgrim's gonna just kind of take in and appreciate a good community leader, essentially, on the way out.
And probably looked back himself and may just lean down to Rowan and say, I would take the opportunity to say goodbye to your hometown. You may not be back for an extended period.
She looks up at him and sort of like nods, but doesn't say anything.
So, where are you guys off to now?
We following what we suggested?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, Rowan has already said that she's got to go home because she's
Yep.
got to, like, she's probably just left whatever stuff she had with her there because she's going to go back
Yes.
and pick it up. So
I believe this is an appropriate juncture to use a Shardfolk expression about getting out of Dodge. I believe is that how it is pronounced, Tiernan?
Well, I may have coined it. I wouldn't say it's a cultural acronym, but or saying.
I've never heard it before. You're a Shardfolk. I heard it from you, so okay, I'll believe you.
So you guys head back to Rowan's house.
Rowan, do you want us to approach actual house, or do you want to make these goodbyes on your own?
Just want us to drop you off at the corner and you can walk the rest of the way yourself.
We
She's
will.
she's ashamed
will
of this,
wait he-
guys.
We will wait here if you want to have private moment.
Why
with
do
your...
why don't you go and gather all your things from the inn if we're heading out? Because otherwise Fyodor won't know what to do with them. And
Nothing worse than having stuff left behind.
We
when
left the
Grumpfel
card
says
at
that, she
Harrow.
just feels just a little bit.
It wasn't a dig. It was just an aside to like, all right, come on, let's
Ah.
make sure we don't
Observation.
repeat history.
I
We
will
didn't
meet
limit
you.
card.
Why don't I meet you near the Guild of Sending and we can go from there?
Cool.
Because you guys know where that is
Sounds
now.
good.
Yes.
Cool.
Let's
Okay.
let's do that.
So you guys swing past, split up. Rowan, you guys heading back to the inn to collect your stuff, which you do. Rowan heading back home. When you get back home, it's just your mum. Your dad, you steam inside, and your mum's like, oh no, he's out doing some chores and stuff.
Of course he is. Ma, my friends want to move on so that we can get to the next town. They want to head down to Mountain View. Gosh knows why. She's saying that in a very like,
Yeah.
Mountain View, right?
Ugh. Yeah. She's like, oh, why would Mountain View?
I don't know. It's something about wanting to see more places. I don't.
But it's
But anyway,
you've only been here one night though, Rowan.
I know. But Ma, at least I've been here one night at all.
I suppose. It's fine. Leave your poor Ma here all
Oh,
by herself.
Ma,
Yes.
you didn't know I was coming, and now I'm leaving again. It's fine. It's not like anything changes from 2 days ago, from yesterday morning even.
Fine. You and growing up and gallivanting around the world with these people. When am I going to see you again?
I don't know the answer to that.
Oh,
I'll write letters. You know I will.
well, good. I expect lots of letters.
Do you want to give me a whole nother stack of paper so that I can do that? Eh?
And she's like starts like she's already off like collecting up bits and pieces for you. She's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so while she's doing that, she's just going to gather up her things. It's that thing of like giving her something
Just
to do
distract
while
her, so
I
yeah,
pack up all my stuff.
And
And
you
she's
sort of
probably going to swap out a couple of clothes so that like the clothes that she might have been seen in Harrow are left here, and then she can take like other clothes from her wardrobe that are functionally the same but just look different.
Yeah.
With her.
God damn. Groups dropping like flies. I don't know.
Where'd they all go?
Has everyone been drinking a lot? I'm not sure what's going on.
What?
Was it something I said?
Yeah. Oh no, everyone's been terrified by my accent.
Right.
So as once you're all packed up and your mom gives you like a little bundle of like stationery and some more inks and a whole bunch of envelopes and stuff. She goes, okay, so you just be safe, okay? I know you and Da were talking about stuff. I know you won't tell me. I know he won't tell me either.
Da met my friends that I'm with. Da liked them. He stayed out with us for ages.
I know
It's
he
fine.
snored all night long.
You were sitting in your chair when
Oh,
we got
shush!
home.
Oh, shush you! I was not. A
You
lady
were
does not.
sore.
A lady does not snore.
Ma.
Look, just be safe. Travel well. Send your ma letters because she worries about you. Okay.
Yes, Ma.
All right. And she grabs you and pulls you in for a hug. Because just, I love you, my little roll bear. You just be good, okay?
When am I ever not good?
Most of the time.
Hey. You try.
Well, I am proud of you, okay?
I know. I'll be fine. You look after Dad.
I will.
Do you know where he is? I know you said
I
he's running
don't-
errands, but do you know where he
I
is?
don't know. He's probably gone down to the Riverman to have another beer or something like that. He'll be doing something. I don't know. He'll be fine.
Well.
All right. Get out before your mother starts crying.
Yeah, you don't have it in you. And she's just gonna walk out on her like you don't have like in the playful
Yeah.
you're not gonna cry over this.
And she
Go
kind of
away.
gives you like a sort of a little sort of nudge on the
Yeah.
shoulder as you go past.
Right. Sure. I'll see if I can find Dad before I go, but you tell him I'll be safe, right? And you tell him I spoke to Rose, because
I
that's what
will.
you told me I had to do.
I'll let him know.
Here.
You're fine.
Bye, Ma.
Bye. Love you.
I know.
So you guys all
She's gonna head-
reconvene.
If they're going to the inn, is Rowan's dad there?
No, he is not.
Okay, so as Rowan is moving towards where she said she'd meet them, she is looking for her dad. Like not actively going big meanderings around town, but like
make a perception check for me.
5.
5. Nah.
Nope.
Lots of other people wandering around, lots of people saying hi, and it's this is a small town going about its small town life in a very happy way,
Small town way.
oblivious of the events that are going on in the world at the moment.
Well, except for that one bartender.
Except for that one bartender who's just been traumatized permanently by frickin' Delgrim. Okay, so you guys all meet up outside the Guild of Sending.
All packed up, ready to go.
Mhm.
So
All
what
right.
was the direction we were going again, Delgrim?
East. Well, south and then east.
So following the main road to the end of the dark wood and then diagonally across.
We come out the dark wood. We cut east around Harrow. Obviously, bad idea to continue
Yeah,
on road
definitely.
into Harrow.
We weren't doing that river thing. We're just going.
I'm still big fan of the river thing. If we hit river and we have time and resources to make boat, maybe we make up some time going down river.
Not a huge fan of the river. I just want to go to the other road.
Other river goes to road. And also gets us to road for Terrace to hit road to Iron Ridge. If we go down river, we hit road. Terrace can go to Iron Ridge. We continue down river. We hit. We actually go more east of Mountain View. We can decide if we go to Mountain View or we continue east out to Gem Mine.
Anyone else want to weigh on this?
I like boats. I don't see.
Terrace is like, I'm not super keen on the idea of a boat. I mean, how long is it going to take you to make a boat that's going to hold 6 of us?
you.
Like that's no, and I'm not trying to downplay your skills, Delgrim, but that's not exactly a small feat. It's not like it's a one-person raft.
Look, if you want boat that will barely make journey few days, if you want boat that going to successfully keep us afloat. Maybe a week and a half. We do properly. Look, if boat idea, not everyone love boat idea. That's fine. We can.
I'm just saying that you were talking about trying to save time, but spending a week to make a boat that we're not going to drown on doesn't really sound like saving much time.
Both are fun.
Well, if you're the one who has to build it.
I'm not. This isn't fun for me,
Then
Delgrim.
we stay on land. We go across usurper hills and we fight bandits. We have fun that way instead.
So we're going southeast?
I would perhaps suggest some horses then.
If we're going through a forest, a horse is gonna be able to cope with that. It's not on a main road. They might slow us down more.
Yeah, because we're not going to stay on the road, are we?
And we
Gonna
lost
follow.
we abandoned our last horse and cart.
No.
So, my understanding is that you're going to head out of Riverview, go through the Darking Wood, and then basically once you sort of get to the edges of, or closest to Harrow, then just sort of cut through the mountains to hit the road on a diagonal.
Yeah, kind of cut southeast to skip Harrow itself until we hit the road from Harrow to Mountain View. Then,
Are we being cautious considering that Rose indicated that she expects messengers in from the Malagas or the Tradesons? Should we stay off the road? Just be parallel.
Cautious, Tiernan. Always. I think probably so. Delgrim will do as like on this journey. Delgrim's plan is to kind of scout ahead a little bit, and depending on how Tiernan feels about it, probably Blinky is out ahead a little bit doing some scouting as well.
Tiernan would be perfectly satisfied with that.
So it sounds like it'd be similar to sort of the trip here, where you guys were off the road.
Yeah.
Scout. Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys, and at this stage, it's probably about lunchtime when you get to the edges of Riverview. Sort of you head back up the incline towards the Darking Wood, and probably just on the outskirts of town, you can see sitting on a large rock beside the side of the road. Rowan, you see your dad sitting there. He's got a little pipe that he's just puffing away on. And he sees you all and he gives you a quick wave, stands up and walks over and goes, thought you'd be a little bit sooner than this, Rowan. I've been sitting out here for
Hey,
a couple of
I had to
hours.
go deal with Ma.
Well, is she okay?
She's fine. She doesn't like them leaving, but you knew that.
I knew that. That's understandable. Oh, and just don't tell her about the pipe. She doesn't like the pipe. It's a good
I don't
excuse.
like the pipe either, Dad.
Well-
I'm not seeing none of that.
Well, good. I mean, I don't live with you, do I? I don't have to listen to you going "Rrr, rrr, 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 rrr," the whole time. Anyway, look, I wanted to make sure I had a chance to say goodbye. And I've got a little something for you as well. And he reaches into a little satchel in his side, and he pulls out two things. One's like some cloth, which he unwraps, and you can see, you smell it first. It's a loaf of rye bread from the River. So this is just a little taste of home, and you know these things. This will stay fresh for days, the way old Gordon bakes it. The other thing, just a little bit more special. He says, he reaches out and he pulls out a small bottle. And in it, there is sort of this slightly reddish liquid that just sort of seems to swirl almost of its own accord. He goes, look, just hate to think of anything of you getting into trouble, and I'm conscious with everything going on. If you get yourself hurt or injured in any fashion, just drink this, okay? Got it from, I'm not going to say where I got it from. Mother will kill me, but just save it for special occasions, okay?
Okay,
Just-
Dad.
It's a little pick-me-up.
Hey, Dad.
Yeah?
Take care of him, yeah?
I will. You how'd the talk with Rose go?
Good. She might need your help. I'm not sure. She said she was going to talk to some people. I don't know. But I guess the more important thing is if it all happens, you're going north. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. Rose is always keen on making sure that we've got a backup plan. I'm not surprised. Probably head for like Hillfoot or something like that. That's fine. We'll get together. We'll talk with Etash. We'll talk with the Kennethall brothers. We'll get it sorted. We'll be fine. Okay? Don't worry about your dad. Don't worry about your ma.
I always worry about my dad and my ma. That's my job.
Well, no. Excuse me, young lady. You don't reverse this on me now. Now take this.
She's doing the like crossed arms, like as big as she can for a tiny halfling.
And he does the same thing. And for everybody else who is watching, it's the mirror aspect of it is uncanny with these two individuals. Fine then. He reaches out, grabs you, gives you a big hug. All right, now pushes the potion bottle into your hand, turns to the rest of you and go, the rest of you, if anything happens to my row, I will find each and every single one of you and I will kick your arse. Okay?
Like you hear her just mutter under her breath about shins, not ask, because there's no way he's gonna reach for some of them.
Wouldn't expect anything less.
All right. I gotta go into town now. Got something in my eye. God damn it, Rowan. And he just turns around and heads off down the road.
I think Delgrim is going to. You go on. I like to have a small conversation before we continue. You go on. I catch up and continue scouting. And Delgrim would like to catch up then with Mr. Boulderhill.
So you catch up with him.
You see Rowan looking panicked at the idea that Delgrim is going to go. No, like,
sure.
Yeah, like, oh shit. Oh no.
He means well. He'll be fine. Come on.
Have you met him?
Mr. Boulderhill, what is your actual name? I feel like we need to have a small conversation.
You see he's got like a handkerchief out as you come up and he's like, Kian. My name's Kian.
Kian. I envy what you have with your family. My father and I did not see eye to eye many times. But he's lost to me now. I wish I had the chance to have what you and Rowan have. I would like you to know, Rowan, your daughter was kind to me when I came into new land, not knowing who anyone was. She was kind. She introduced me to a new world I am unfamiliar with. And I assure you, she is entirely capable of looking after herself. But I also provide you this promise. If there is anything that I can do in any circumstance to make sure that she is okay on this journey that we take, wherever it may take us, I will do so. She's been kind. She's been friend. I have been rash and unkind to her, and I feel very sorry for that. But seeing how you are, this is something that should not be lost. I'll do everything in my power to make sure you see your daughter again, and you laugh about adventures she has had.
I never really expected my daughter to come across an individual such as yourself, Delgrim, or the rest of this bunch. I appreciate your words. and I appreciate the sentiment behind them. She's a good lass. She's certainly a Boulderhill, that's for sure. She takes after me when I was a lad, but I appreciate it. Now, go and oh, god damn it, my fucking eyes keep leaking. God damn it, sir. Just thank you. Go do your thing.
That is called crying. You go.
I know what it's
you
called.
Go look after your
I
town.
know
I
what
go
it's
look after
called.
my friends.
I'm an
We
old
part ways now.
I'm an old halfling. I just leave me be, all right? He stops and he offers you a hand.
Sorry.
Whose hand?
I can see the chat.
Hang on. Whose hand specifically is being offered
And
right
with
now?
that, you're
I need
betrothed
to.
my-
Delgrim will do the
Marriage. Marriage is what
Marriage
brings
is
us
what brings
here
us together.
together today.
Love, true love.
As important as it is for Rowan to be safe, it is also important for you and your people to be safe. If anything happened to this town, I am sure this will devastate Rowan. Please, if there are any risk of something terrible happening to these people, help them to escape it. Help them to be free from tragedy.
I hear you. Rose has been a mayor around here for many years. She knows how to look after the place. So, but I'm sure we'll be fine. All right, thank you, sir. Safe travels.
Likewise, and Delgrim will hoon off then back to the party.
Awesome. So what I have discovered is that trying to do Rowan's accent when talking to Kate is easier than trying to do Rowan's accent when talking to Promethean. Because
welcome to quite literally, people are like my accent is good because I can do it by myself. When I'm talking to you, you've got it easy. When you've got to talk to someone else, it ain't that though. Also, Heath, screw you.
But at the same time, Heath, gold.
Perfect. Like no notes, but like I'm just
also
Heath, I desperately
just
want
wait
that
until
as like
I
a
meet
short video, like not
Also, Heath, just wait until Delgrim meets Grumpfel's parents.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no, but hold on, they're going to be elderly, so the chances are you'll just beat them up.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. Also, hey, we're out in the world, so real quick.
So with that, you guys venture on.
Who's
That's
got
his survival hat.
There's the bingo card, people.
So it's not long, probably about evening time, that you guys get to the outskirts of the Darking Wood. Set up camp for the evening. The second day's travel, you continue making your way through the woods. It's slow going off the road, due just to the thickness of the undergrowth, the roots from the trees. About halfway through the day, you hear off in the distance the sounds of probably like a number of horses coming down the road. What would you guys like to do?
Miera's going to get out of sight.
So this is what we're. Are we traveling at this point, or is this?
You are traveling. Yep. So this is now the second day of travel.
Yeah.
So you're about halfway through the woods.
Okay.
Around sort of lunchtime-ish.
Now, just to clarify, Delgrim was in front of the group, and Blinky was in front of him, or was he aerial?
Yeah, I think we probably want to establish this as a general kind of thing.
A marching order.
We kind of did this on the trip to Riverview itself.
Yeah.
I feel like Delgrim, for the most part, is going to like scout ahead of the group, not super far.
I think Delgrim and Rowan are probably together on that because Rowan knows this area quite well, and so
Yep.
they're probably buddied up to.
Yeah, and
That's a good
Delgrim's fine
point.
for anyone who wants to be part of that kind of scouting thing. But at the same time, Delgrim will have clocked that Blinky's quite a useful resource, and I think with Tiernan we'll have Blinky out ahead a little bit of Delgrim, with the idea that if Blinky encounters anything or notices anything, that they come back immediately, shoot back to Tiernan in preparation. So if Blinky comes back having encountered something, then Delgrim's going to kind of move into like a hiding position, I guess.
All right. Well, in that case, Blinky would have to have simple instructions. Blinky would come back to you.
Yeah.
To notify something's up,
Yeah.
and then he'd go straight back to Tiernan.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so that'd be the trigger then for Delgrim to attempt to hide then, waiting for whoever or whatever it was that was coming in the other direction, and Rowan's with Delgrim then on this particular stretch, if we're saying so. It's Delgrim will encourage.
It's mostly
Rowan.
because like Rowan has acknowledged that Delgrim knows, like, is good at directions and ranger shit. So but because she is local, she wants to also make sure that there's like local knowledge in those conversations about how to get places.
Well, then it's really up to Delgrim and Rowan what they would like to do first, because by the time we get the information.
I mean, like how far ahead of the rest of the group would you guys be? Like, are we talking like 100 feet, 60 feet, 50 feet?
I would suggest that we are probably, like, if you remember when we traveled from Harrow, I said that we could see where the road would be.
Yeah.
But we were
a
distance away from that.
Yeah.
We're probably still doing that, and we are probably the ones closer to the road and the front, but but having pushed everyone else further from the road because they're more conspicuous.
Yeah.
That would be my gut feel. But I don't know how you feel about that, everyone else, because cooperative storytelling.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
So
sense.
that you'd use the road for the location.
Yeah, we're not going to be so far ahead that we're not going to be able to get back to the group if something happens to them. Like if they were to be ambushed from behind, then that's going to be a problem. So I feel like that kind of just edge of earshot, or with Blinky involved, using Blinky as a point of really basic communication of need, I guess, is probably the extent of how far we're going to be.
And the thing
ahead.
to remember is Blinky flies, so his level of noise is a lot less.
Yeah.
Traversing through.
Well, hang on, does he fly like an owl, or does he fly like a...
Or like a bumblebee, his wings are just...
Okay. The reason I ask is because owls fly silently, which is why I asked the question, because that's
his
fun
wings
scientific-
vibrate very, very quickly to keep him like so he can essentially hover.
Yeah.
Whereas an owl can't.
Okay, so
like a hummingbird.
Yeah.
all right.
Like a hummingbird.
So in that respect, Delgrim and Rowan, you guys would be notified by Blinky not long before you would actually hear horses coming down the road. Like it is. In fact, you'd probably hear them from some way off, sort of echoing through these tall black trees of the forest. And they're definitely coming closer, like they're heading down the road, heading north.
Yeah. And given we're kind of heading in Harrow's direction, I think collectively as a party, we would have discussed when Blinky comes hooning in to either group.
Or hide.
We want to hide, assess the situation, and kind of go from there, right?
Yep.
Well, it makes sense. Anything that's on the road is going to somewhere. They're not going to stop unless they get what's out in the woods.
So, in that case, if you're all hiding, can you please all make a stealth check for me?
Look, I've got some good news and some bad news.
What's Delgrim's good news?
The good news is I had another chance to use the amazing D20 that I got from Brain Beast Studios.
Yeah.
The bad news is that I rolled a nat 1, giving me a total of 2.
And the bad news is you made me roll, so naturally I rolled a 2, gets me 6.
I rolled a 15. But I'm also just going to remind him that I am naturally stealthy by the ability of being small. So, yeah.
Oh, rubber den.
Small.
Grumpfel?
I need to check. This is wood terrain or rocky terrain?
Wood.
Wood. Okay.
Yep.
Damn that.
As I say, I assume Delgrim doesn't get anything fun because he's a ranger. For hiding in.
Not for stealth in general, no.
That's a 13 for Grumpfel then.
And Miera?
5.
Oh my god, you guys.
You guys suck.
So the three of you, so you all duck
Like
down.
Rowan, who still isn't known to be anywhere to do with this, is still just like
Yeah. Delgrim, you managed to find the biggest pile of like dry wood nearby, and it's just sort of trying to crouch down. There's a whole lot of cracking and stuff, branches snapping. As you do, you can see off on the road, which is, you're a fair ways back. You can see a long trail of horses, sort of riding about 2 abreast, cantering down the road.
Even Bleaky rolled an 8.
Would they hear said branches over shod feet on road?
That's what we're going to find out. You can see as they approach, on the tabards that they're wearing, a ring of white wolves circling a wagon on a black background. And as they get close to where you are, you can see the leader, who appears to be a human, who sort of stops, glancing around, raises a hand, and the whole column starts to slow down. And there's probably there's at least 20 plus riders here. And you can see he turns to someone beside him, to the rider beside him. And they start all sort of peering out into the woods.
Can Rowan chuck a low-lying stick? Can she frisbee toss a stick further up the road? So that they think that they've heard something that's moving that way away from us? I will
let you do that. I'm going to ask you to make another stealth roll because you're going to be trying to do it without getting seen, which has potentially got a certain awkwardness. And they're all kind of looking around. You can see them saying something, but it's hard to hear.
Both of us, or just Rowan for the sake of the toss?
Just Rowan, because she's the one who's trying to toss a stick. This is to throw it without being noticed, effectively.
Yeah.
21.
21. Okay.
8. I rolled an 18 plus 3.
Okay.
Nice.
You see, the stick goes sailing through the air, and there's clack, clack, clack as it clatters across, hits the side of one of these black trees, and the wood's so hard it makes a very loud noise. So it then falls into the undergrowth, and you can see a number of these riders then all sort of look in the direction. You see probably about half a dozen of them pulling out light crossbows off their backs and quickly loading them up and starting to look around. I am going to get you guys to make another stealth check for me, please.
You know what?
You know what's really fun about being a halfling?
Luck. Woo!
Luck. Luck is really fun.
Miera, what did you roll?
Much better.
21.
21. Tiernan?
19. And 14 for Blinky.
Grumpfel?
16.
I rolled a 1 and then I rolled a 13, which makes it 16.
Okay. And then,
lucky
last but by no means least, Delgrim.
3 for a total of 4.
Tiernan would do something as well.
What is Tiernan wanting to do?
He's going to grab one of his ball bearings.
Yep.
And activate it.
Yep. Remember, the range is only 10 feet on it.
I don't know how far away these people are.
Oh, they're probably like you guys were a distance away from the side of the road, so
we'd be more than 10 feet from the side of the road.
Oh, you'd be like
Like
30 or 40 feet from the side of the road. And when I say the range, just remember the range of the noise on it is only 10 feet. Yep.
He would like to throw the ball bearing towards them, and the noise that it's going to emit is the sound of an owl. It's been disturbed.
Okay. I will get you to do exactly the same thing as Rowan in regards to trying to throw it. Like, you're going to need to make a stealth check because you've got people looking in your direction. And so trying to do it and not just plink it into the side of a tree. 15.
17.
17. Okay. Okay. You manage, well, you think you've done it, you've thrown it. However, one of the riders, you can see points in Delgrim. You can see that they're pointing to roughly where you are.
Do we recognize the sigil?
The tabard, yes, you would have seen it back in Harrow, and it does appear to be the tabard of the Howling Wolves. And one of the riders shouts at you in the woods, stand up and show yourself.
And so, but it's clear that they're pointing specifically where Delgrim's.
They seem to be looking where Delgrim is.
Okay, Delgrim then is going to stumble towards the road, until he's back on it. Friends, thank you. I just walk into wood for a piss. I always feel it unkind to make a waste where other people have to travel, it seemed to me. Where do you hail from?
So the half dozen that have got their crossbows out have all got them trained on you, Delgrim.
He's still wearing the hat, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you please make look, I mean, it depends on which one you want to go with. I'll let you make deception or performance.
But just he never wore the hat in Harrow.
True. It doesn't matter because there's no specific bonus to either deception or performance, courtesy of Delgrim's situation, which means that's a 7.
Fucking hell, dude.
You're rolling low tonight, mate.
You're having a John night, like it's.
Yeah, you're having a John night. Jesus,
you've really John the hell out of it.
Yeah, mate, you should be ashamed of yourself.
Let me cut over to the digital dice and see if that makes a difference.
I don't know. It hasn't happened for me.
So,
I was just saying. I hear if you need good dice, that there is a place that you can get those from. It's an excellent place.
Meeples
I can't imagine. There might be a command that one might be able to run in chat that might tell us where one could get such excellent dice, including very large ones as well as very small ones.
So what do these 20 goddamn people do when a rando Duergar?
So you stumble out and you can see the leader looks at you and he says, "We're from Harrow. We're heading north. You traveling on your own?"
Yes, I have lost my friends. I don't know where they are. I had small number of people I traveling with. They not like me very much. I get them in trouble quite often. What can I say?
Acceptable.
You got lost out here in the middle of the Darking Wood.
I not been here before. Look at me. I not from this place. I much more comfortable underground where there's no sky, there's no sun. Look at my head. This keep me safe from Have you seen the sky? Look up. It is terrifying.
Make a persuasion roll for me, please.
Sure, because
They're looking at you very dubiously.
All right.
He's not lying.
He's absolutely not lying. That is a 16.
Do we know these howling wolves who they're allied with?
The Tradersons.
This is the wolves that killed Gil. This
Yeah.
is the wolves that killed Taris's brother.
Okay. Can we look around to see if Taris is still with us and not rapidly running towards him with a blade drawn or something?
Taris is
Giving
low,
the DM ideas.
low
Yes.
amongst the undergrowth. But you can see Grumpfel that in her hand she's now holding one of her daggers, and she's looking very intense.
If she's looking over my way, I'll just go like this.
She's just, you can see there's almost there's a struggle going on. But with you, Delgrim, like you hear one of them go, kind of the race goes, stupid hat. The leader goes, right. I don't suppose you've seen any more of your kind around. Maybe traveling with like a couple of halflings, some blue-skinned fellow. One halfling, sorry, a blue-skinned fellow. I think the other one might have been a deep gnome or something.
Blue skin? What kind of creature has blue skin? What is this? You are pulling my arm, surely.
Oh, fucked if I know, but I don't know. These are just my orders. We're just keeping an eye out for them while we head north. It's not often we see deep dwarves out this way.
Well, we get around. Look, if you need, special material at any time, I know there is a close friend I have who make a very excellent map who is in Harrow, but I've not been to Harrow myself.
Look, I'd suggest if you're heading south trying to get to Harrow, don't bother. Go back north. Harrow's not letting anyone through the gates at the moment.
Why not?
Shit's gone down.
What kind of shit?
I'm not just shit. That's all I'm going to say. There's some disagreement or something between a bunch of the nobles. All I'm saying is if you're planning on trying to get into Harrow, it's not going to happen.
Fuck the nobles. Why their lives got to interrupt with ours? I was planning on having good time in Harrow.
Well, you're going to need to find a good time somewhere else. Anyway, we've got business in Riverview. And with that, digs the spurs into the horse, and with that, the column heads off.
It had to be Delgrim, didn't it?
I'm so glad I'm not dead, says me, the player, not the character.
Fucking do that. Yeah.
God.
No.
Oh, I filmed them.
that
Yeah, but
persuasion.
I was sitting there being like, I know what I need to do, but also I don't want to do it, and I didn't have to. It's great.
Everyone's asleep. Where's Miera when we need her?
5 of us
Hiding.
plus Taris plus Blinky, 20 of them. I'm like, oh.
So they've shot north, right?
Yeah.
All right. Delgrim's immediately going to book it back into the woods where Rowan was.
Where Rowan is.
Yeah. Rowan, they are heading to Riverview. Is this a thing we need to be worried about? How do you feel Rose is able to maintain Riverview's position? Hey, I convinced them I'm not a threat. I feel like if I can do that, then Riverview as a town can probably do the same thing.
Rowan is going to stand up. Like once she's pretty sure that they are past being able to see where she would be if she stood up, she's going to stand up, and all you see is her just looking in the direction that they have gone. She isn't saying anything.
We caught up to them yet? We're standing away.
Given the altercation, Delgrim has no intention of kind of moving ahead any further until the rest of the group catches up, so that we can have a bit of a conversation.
Rose seemed more than capable. She knows how to look after your place. They'll be fine, Ron.
I think
They're
it
well
would cause more
split.
problem if we were to go back. I think.
I tend to agree. Taras, I see you have a dagger in your hand, and I think I understand why.
This is the dagger I see before me.
I was just thinking that I'm like, I'm not going to interrupt. I'm not going to interrupt.
It's
Fine's
fine.
going to be good.
They are looking for us. They are looking for our group right now. I feel I strange as it is for me to agree with Tiernan on something of this nature. I think if we follow them into Riverview, I feel like that is more dangerous for Riverview than if we continue with our plan. Taras, we will find an opportunity to offer you revenge.
To right the wrongs.
If we take that opportunity now, if we follow them into Riverview and try and do that now, there are innocent people who are going to suffer for it.
She slams the dagger back into its scabbard. Just looks at you and then turns and just starts sort of storming through the undergrowth, heading south.
Rowan, ultimately this is your decision. If you want us to go back to Riverview and see what happened as a result of these wolves, then I will support that decision. I'll come with you. I will do what I can to kill every single one of them in cold blood. Hot blood. But the decision is yours. It's your hometown.
Were they close enough that I could hear the conversation that they had with Delgrim?
Yeah.
They don't know I'm in the group. They don't know Terrace is in the group. Going back isn't going to help anyone.
If we
Not
were
really.
to accost them, it should have been here, despite their favouring odds. If we go to Riverview, we only entangle Riverview further.
I know. Let's go before I change my mind.
So with that,
Let's go.
guys, continue heading south. It's probably another day and a half before you get to the edge of the Darking Wood, and you can see the rolling hills of the Usurper Hills off to the east. And as you break away from the edge, crossing the main road, and head into the woods, into the hills, sort of heading southeast as you make your way to meet the road that also passes through the Usurper Hills at the same time. The travel here is comparatively uneventful. It's not easy going. The hills, whilst not particularly high, it's still quite difficult countryside to sort of bush bash your way through. And so it will take you just on a day before up ahead you can see, sort of cutting through the hills, what appears to be the main road heading east towards Mountain View.
Do you want any survival rolls for any foraging along the way?
If you want to do foraging and stuff like
If
that,
you're foraging for food things, don't bother. I will forage for food things because of Outlander.
Cool.
if that helps.
Yeah. I was just thinking more of like keeping communal supplies up.
Yep, for sure.
So just for clarity, for everyone, I can find food and fresh water for myself and up to 5 other people for every day, provided the land offers berries, small game, water, and so forth. Which we're in woods. We have that capacity.
Which is going to make Delgrim feeling really bad considering he rolled a 23.
He's a ranger.
A dirty
I mean, you
23
can't, like, you can be helping. That's
his-
fine. But she's like,
on his-
this is her home.
Nathan-
This is her home woods. This is the woods near her house. Like, she knows
Teach
how to...
me, God damn it! I just want to learn the things about how things work upstairs.
Grumpfel can also cast Create Water when needed.
And at some point, Miera would have shown Tiernan all the cookies that she has in her bag.
Okay.
Like, I think we've all just gone, so rations are fine, right?
You're fine.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
fine.
We're
Food
good.
is live enough raisin cookies. It's fine.
Yeah.
Raising
So-
cookies, small game.
In fact,
Oh,
it's 10:30 in the morning. I think I need a nap. Hang on. Breakfast nap.
I think it's that.
Any foraging on Grumpfel's behalf will be like medicinal for a healing kit and that sort of thing.
For sure.
Alrighty.
So-
Tally ho.
So you hit the main road, and are you staying off this road as well, like you've sort of been doing for the rest of the trip so far, or?
I think that the plan for the road east was just basically stick to the road, right, until we hit Mountain
Yeah,
View.
I think keeping slightly off of the like, not walking down the middle of the road because horses more than anything, but like not quite so far away.
And we're
They
all
wouldn't
going to
be
join
headed this way,
hands
would
and
they?
walk along the road side by side.
We're gonna be skipping, skipping
Coat-hanger
along.
people as they come along.
The
So-
Woods of Oz, down the yellow brick
That's
road.
exactly the image. Yeah.
It is.
I kind of had the gummy bears in my head, dashing and daring, courageous and
Courageous
as we're
and
going
daring.
through the woods.
Be full and friendly with stories. Okay, but it's not.
So it's getting close to dusk when Grumpfel, you're the one who notices the road. There's sort of a slight embankment that the road's on at the moment, and you can see off the side what appears to be a wagon on its side. And you can see that it's brightly coloured, painted all sorts of different shades. Very, very similar, if not exact, to the wagons that the Mystic Delirium had. And it's sort of partially sort of it's on its side, sort of partially amongst sort of like tall grass, slightly difficult to see, but not impossible.
All right.
That wagon from
Gru-
Delirium? Let us. What
Sorry.
What is this?
Did you say Grumpfel or Delgrim?
Grumpfel.
Says?
I see Grumpfel. Yeah.
That's
So
I
they're the
wasn't.
advanced party. We haven't noticed yet.
And
Anyone else?
actually, I
notice?
must admit, I forgot about the advanced party. So we'll say that all of look, it's not hard to see.
We've gone
Yeah.
past it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
Oh,
missed it.
Don't care. You can see as you get a tiny bit closer to it, that there are a number of crossbow bolts sticking out of the wood. A couple of the wheels are smashed and broken.
Oh, how sad. Anyway,
Has
And part
Miera
of
seen
it's-
this?
Sorry? Yeah,
Has
all
Miera
of you
seen
on
it?
stage would be seeing this.
At
Yeah.
a point, for sure.
She would probably, if she recognised it as one of the Delirium's carts, she would have run straight towards it.
So Miera takes off towards the cart, and Miera, as you get closer, there is a not terribly pleasant smell. Actually, probably at this stage, it's probably gone, to be honest. But you can see that it looks like the cart's gone off the side of the road and has collapsed. You can see the back door is sort of slightly open, half hanging off its hinges.
I'm going
Off-
in.
what's the
I would be rushing in.
distance? What's the distance off Hamish?
Like probably 20, 30 feet away from you.
Oh, okay.
So Miera, you're going to race up, are you, Miera? Okay.
I'm making sure Blinky's keeping a watch,
Mhm.
eye on anything, just to make sure if he sees any movement to let us know.
Can you hit Blinky make a perception roll for me?
Sure, because Tiernan's terrible at it. $22.
So okay.
Nice.
So while Miera's running off towards that, what are the rest of you guys doing?
Delgrim will be heading towards it to investigate as well.
Okay.
This with Tiernan. But he's not going to let Miera get too far ahead.
Yep. Grumpfel?
Grumpfel's going to shift his mindset into like he's obviously going to approach with everyone, but he's going to start shifting his mindset into offensive, defensive. Is there people here that need assistance for healing or last rites? Is this a setup? Given that we recognise it as being the Delirium's wagon, and he's going to ready to pivot into an offensive mode if needed.
Mm-hmm. And what's Rowan up to?
Rowan is keeping her distance away from the cart,
Mm-hmm.
but keeping an eye on the road because she doesn't trust that this isn't a trap.
Okay.
Given her limited interactions with the Mystic Delirium, other than like that one time in that pub, she doesn't trust them as far as she can throw them, compared to everyone else who's spent more time with them than she has.
Rowan and Grumpfel, can you two make perception checks for me, please?
Natural 20.
Natural
Plus
20.
Ooh, boom.
Sorry, what was it? Perception, did you say?
Perception. Yeah.
Also, I'm counting that comment.
Dirty 18.
Shadow Miera in chat as Miera defends, not the party, on the bingo card for the reference.
So, Rowan, you, as you're sort of looking around, you see maybe 30 or 40 feet back from the wagon on the opposite side of the road, three small bodies barely concealed in the grass. They don't appear like they appear to be lying there, not moving.
How far away from me is Tiernan?
At this stage, they're probably about 60 feet as they're heading towards, following Miera towards the cart.
She's gonna call Blinky.
Yeah.
Blinky go over there if she can.
I
Okay.
love that Rowan just like co-owns Blinky.
Yeah.
Screw Tiernan.
So
Well,
Blinky,
how semi-autonomous is it?
well, so Blinky absolutely flies straight over.
Oh, of course, without a doubt. But Blinky did roll a 22, and Tiernan did ask
Yeah.
if he's...
Oh yeah,
yeah.
like,
Sorry,
Blinky
I completely missed that as well. Apologies.
That's all right.
so would Blinky have seen the same thing?
Yeah. Blinky would have seen the same thing,
In which
and
case, she'll get Blinky's attention and point at it rather
Yeah.
than needing him to come to her.
Blinky flies over them and like goes sort of straight down on top of them, and comes and sort of then floats back up and sort of blinks at you, gives you the sort of the all good blink.
To who?
The problem is that she's now not sure what the Ogre Blink means. Yeah, to who? To me or to
To
Tiernan?
who?
to Rowan, because Tiernan, you're following.
Yeah.
Miera and co.
Yeah. This is actually interesting to
she's
see how
gonna-
Blinky acts.
She's gonna flick to like that he can go back to Tiernan because.
Yep.
Go back to Dad.
So
then-
Grumpfel, at this stage, you'd see like sort of this going on.
Mm-hmm.
then she's gonna cautiously head over towards
Good.
3 on the ground.
So you head over there and you can see now the bodies of 3 gnomes, all wearing armor of the Earthbreaker Brigade. And all 3 of them have got long arrows sticking out of them. They're all very, very dead.
Does the fletchling of the arrows look similar to anything we've seen possibly just recently?
It just looks just like your standard sort of fletching on a regular arrow. Mary, sorry, Tina?
I'm not too sure how much time is lapsing.
Yeah.
When Blinky comes back to me, then I'll say something.
So so this is probably all happening fairly sort of simultaneously. So Miera, you get to the wagon, and again you can see a number of crossbow bolts have stuck like around the door as if people have been shooting at it from behind. You looking inside, you can see, you remember like there are a number of large trunks that had like the clothing and various bits and pieces. You can see that those have been tossed about inside and broken open, and there's clothing and stuff everywhere. The next thing you see is that of the body of a blue grunt with 2 crossbow bolts through it. Very much deceased.
Hamish really didn't like that accent.
You can also see effectively pinned against the back wall the body of Tate, the half orc.
Grumpfel will immediately start going from body to body.
So hold on,
Quick.
because this is going like Grumpfel.
Okay.
You're off with.
Oh, this is consecutive. Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
I thought it
this
was.
is
Okay, yeah. No.
The other thing you see, Miera, is 2 small feet, halfling feet, sticking out from under one of the chests.
I'm going to rush over to the chest and try and move it. Miera needs to know who it is.
And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
Correct.
Hey,
Correct,
look,
sir. Yes.
as much as I've shit on Miera for her defense of
Don't shit on Miera. That's
delirium,
disgusting.
right? It's sad if a bunch of them have died that we were friends with. Like, oh no!
They were all so. Z was so cool because he was like the stoner dude. Tate was really good at singing, and then Bex, like my best friend. If that's Bex,
Oh my
like,
god! If that's Bex,
Oh, if that's Bex, it's going to go from it's not a cult to this cult must be eradicated.
Other way around. Noble people will die.
Oh, look out! Full dark side, Miera.
So
Is
much,
that where I level up and
sweet,
get
now for
fireball?
sour.
Strike me down.
yeah. Do we level up because Miera's sad right now? Oh,
You gain 1 level of sadness. Oh.
excellent. Oh,
I actually don't
So-
know. I can't remember if there was any other little people.
I'm pretty sure Bex was the only halfling in
Um,
the crowd.
So, as always, let's touch base on our favourite or most enjoyable parts of this evening. Who would like to kick us off?
I would.
Tate.
It's got to be Grumpfel bonding to all of us forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
That was very, very awesome, Heath. That was very fucking well
Super
played.
cool.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Not to mention how quickly you were able to take the little comments about the culture of the binding and came up with a solution for our group. I'm like, how long has he been planning this?
I literally, as soon as Hamish said something about binding and what it was in the hair, I went straight into Grumpfel's inventory, saw that I had some like a block of incense, a candle, a small knife. I remember we talked about he had a small collection of the terralite chits. He's got some hemp rope. Cloth would have been either the cut in half tablecloth or cloth from his own attire. And then, of course, sort of sealing it with like a little piece of hair out of his beard to sort of bind it all together.
It was very cool. It was very, very cool.
I actually have a question now. Does that mean the name of the party is Oath of 5.
No,
What
the
did-
name of the party. The name of the party is the sewers.
No. I
it was
like
the
this new version. This is a much better version.
I'm just
No.
saying because he
But-
mentioned
No,
the
look,
Oath of
I-
5.
Well, I
and
said-
it's
I said-
very.
I said
I
that
like the Oath of
not
Five.
kind of realizing with Taris and of course Blinky. I thought I had to do one for Blinky. I had
Yeah,
to do
that was
one for
not
Blinky.
well appreciated. He's got it in the back. It's almost like a tail now.
Oh, yeah, so he's got a rat's tail, right? Cool.
Yeah, he does.
Business up front, party at
Yeah.
the back.
So Heath, then what about you? What was your favourite part?
Watching you swap and change between Rose, Dar, and Ma was brilliant to see. As much as we had joking on there, to swap and change and try and carry 3 NPCs with similar accents but yet different personalities, I think you did very well with that, mate.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Cool, groovy, man. Who wants to go next?
Oh well, Delgrim's. I would almost like to say failed attempt to to describe the situation to Rowan's dad without
Dad.
alarming him. It's just like, could you have used any worse
Poor
words?
Da.
Yeah,
Poor
yeah,
Da.
Yeah, it's like we
Right.
came here to make sure she wasn't.
I'm going to
dead.
interrupt you, John, real
Excuse me?
quick. I just need some vote love on the sewers as the party name.
Ah,
Real quick.
I
Come
put a
on.
poll in the chat.
This
It
isn't
is-
happening.
The Oath of 5 is winning.
come
Come on,
on.
guys. Do it for me.
You know
Please,
what the right thing to
please,
do is.
Please, beautiful people. The
Do I
Oath
do-
of 5 is so much better.
Do I throw
much
my vote on the sewers?
So much
Sorry.
To be
better.
fair, we
The Oath
in
Or
the,
do I-
the
do I have-
sewers was but like verbal. We did
Do
say
I-
to the
do I-
sewers.
You all did.
John,
Do I abstain from voting?
How
Am
the hell does
I?
he
as-
miss things
as
when
you
you're in the
were-
ring?
As I was. I know I said to the sewers, or was that? I can't
But
remember.
that's
remember.
Oh my god, it's still
yeah,
a tie.
and
the idea was, it was the secret that we're going to go in that direction.
Yeah.
So
I didn't
yeah.
I didn't understand the segue into the party name. Oh,
But the
Someone's-
funny thing is, if you take the acronym of it, we're either oof or toof.
What?
Oh my god.
Okay, so
It is a
It's a
tie.
Ah.
The Oath of Sewers. Wait,
Yes.
hang on.
Oh,
The Sewer of 5? No.
The 5
I
sewers.
I didn't
Five
vote. I didn't know how to vote.
All right, I'm jumping in. My favorite moment is the fact that was a tie. No, so as well as Grumpfel's awesome like little oath making moment, because that was absolutely
Yeah, that was
beautiful.
pretty sweet.
I genuinely enjoyed, and especially because Rowan has kind of had so many like little gap periods of absence of the character of Rowan getting to just fucking have a traipse through their hometown.
Goes through my life.
Yeah, exactly right. And kind of us just being there as witnesses to that, I think was super fun. And the Hamish side of having to deal with that was adorable. One of the more specific, I guess, enjoyments of that was the fact that I rolled a 7 on a D10 for how hot Rowan's mum is as well.
70% hot.
But yeah, no, like just like having a chance to kind of like properly sink and enjoy, you know, the Rowanness of the situation that we're in, I think was super cool.
And how many people in this town know of the thing? The
Not
thing.
me. To be clear, I
thing.
think we have run into like all 4 or 5
much.
that we worked out that knew about the thing.
Because
just,
Tiernan's picking up this person saying the thing, this person saying the thing, and
So-
she's going,
probably Ma, Da, Rose, and Theodore. I think we
And
worked
the
out was
mayor.
basically
there
everyone.
was one more.
There is one more.
Yeah.
There is one.
5 Oaths of Sewer things.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
no, hang on, that doesn't work either.
I actually like the Oath of 5. If I put
The
a
Oath of
vote in,
5,
I'd
I
go
like.
the Oath of 5.
So young Cass, what was yours? What was your moment?
Well, obviously, Grumpfel's oath. I think that
Yep.
was very sweet, and I will echo what Miera said: "With Grumpfel is the best because he always pulls out just Chef's kiss.
Right?
He's like the soul of the party.
Yeah, he's awesome. I also enjoyed the Mayor Rose with her parting words of important mayor's business.
Yes.
I think that should be emblazoned on a shirt. And I also really enjoyed that Rowan's family, all together, all of them, say it's fine. Like a lot.
It's absolutely fine. Everything
It's
is
fine.
fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's
fine.
fine.
It's absolutely fine.
It's absolutely
Maybe that needs to be a
It's a
t-shirt. as
family
well.
colloquialism.
It's fine. I
obviously.
swear.
It's
It's fine.
It's like the Boulder Hills have got like a family crest.
Well,
It's
And
fine.
they're saying
No,
is just,
it's
it's fine.
You
I
go to the graveyard in Riverview
my
and they're
God.
freaking like an entire thing is fine.
It's fine.
This big mausoleum.
R.I.P. Grandma
Actually, how does-
Boulderhill.
How does
It's
one
fine.
say it's
died
fine?
choking on a chicken
in
bone.
half-
It's
it's
fine.
It's fine.
No, I just feel like
Amazing.
I need to translate it into Latin or equivalent. Just, it's fine.
Tisfoine. Tis fine.
It's fine.
Just saying.
So you'd
I
say
would- with-
bonum est in Latin. There you go. That's what's written on everything.
Bonum est.
Bonum est.
I was waiting with the mayor for you kept saying Rose, I was waiting for like where's Hyacinth? And it's bouquet, dear.
Bouquet. Hyacinth bouquet, darling. Could I just add, by the way, the one more little moment that I'd not forgotten about, but I think was too good to pass up, was Delgrim definitely not asking Rowan's dad for her hand.
Not asking for her hand in
I'm
fucking
so
marriage.
sorry, Kate.
That's not what was happening. No.
No, I'm more shouting out
Aw.
the chat that was happening at the time, not what you were
I-
doing, but like.
I love that it's a shipped thing. I think that's amazing.
God.
But
Oh.
3 hours 15 minutes was the time mark, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 3 hours and 15 minutes in. And I was just watching it going like, I can't say anything because someone will do something stupid. But like, I just enjoyed how invested the chat got. Just
I'm all
enjoyed how
about it.
invested the chat got.
hey,
It was-
hey!
it
At
was-
the end
it
of
was
the
a-
day, I just want to make the folk who watch us do our stuff happy. So
Oh,
Ham, what
If-
was your favorite moment though? Because you haven't done yours.
I haven't.
And chat,
I-
what were yours, by the way?
I echo some of the other sentiments. I mean, like Grumpfel's moment was cool. For me, like getting some dedicated Rowan time.
Mm.
Because Rowan's just sort of bounced along for so much of sort of the journey so far. It was nice to kind of dig into that a little bit. So I really enjoyed that, and giving Rowan you sort of that opportunity to sort of show a bit more Rowanness and have a bit more of a Rowan centric kind of spin on things. And I mean, fucking Delgrim just being Delgrim.
Delgrim being Delgrim is great.
And I'm absolutely totally love the fact that I'm gonna now be leaving Cass hanging for the next 2 weeks.
Oh my god!
She's so mad.
Is
It's
it
amazing.
Bex or is it not? Is it random fucking halfling that's dead?
Is
on
it
the thing?
actually Thea? Is it Thea? Who knows?
No,
no,
it'll be quite
Honestly.
funny.
there's a gnome.
Oh,
It's
I did say it was small feet. I didn't necessarily say it was half.
yeah, well,
And
He
halfling
didn't describe
size.
hairy. They weren't hairy.
I genuinely
Oh.
hope for Miera's
There was
sake
those
that it's not
pixie
Bex.
things.
No,
There was
pixies are
those
tight. Pixies are
pixie
like
things.
tiny.
They're like
This is-
this.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
saying now, if it was Bex, shit's gonna burn.
I'm totally down with that. Well,
And
Saz,
I can we move the
Yeah,
session
no,
next session
Cass,
up, please?
Cass, can you do In the Shadows this week? Because it feels like you need to do In the Shadows this week.
shout out to Saz. I'm on board because I will stoke the fires of that
Oh my God.
conversation.
I-
100%.
I might need to jump on this week and just torment people a little bit. I'll see.
have we got a cap
I
of how many
have
people
also
are on
worked
in the
out-
shadows?
Well, I can't do this one, but I can do. There is one coming up that I can do, so I will let people know when that is, because it'll be the one just before I fly to Melbourne for Fringe. So but I have that Wednesday night off. So.
Oh, I'm sorry for
He
what
and
now?
Cooper need to be on
Wait a minute.
in the
Wait a minute.
shadows.
Wait a minute.
I fell in love with them. They were so funny. If you missed out on last Wednesday's In the Shadows, please go and watch
Oh,
it because
I have
Skeet
not
and
watched it.
Cooper
Yeah,
are
Skeet and Cooper.
hilarious.
Lord. So
And,
for those
and
of
the
you
amount
playing,
of plot devices those two dropped was insane.
They was all
We had-
guaranteed genuine canon that we were laying down the foundations for.
There's absolutely nothing that was said that isn't 100% honest truth to all the
Jesus
gods.
Christ.
It
My
was-
ears.
It was
Yeah,
dang
no.
gone
Okay.
irrevocable. The GM that
Oh.
have no say in it. It was canon, and we wrote that into that book.
It was absolutely beautiful to watch.
Oh God Almighty.
Oh god,
Speed
make
Cooper.
it stop. So
Yeah.
so for those of you playing at home, so the Meeples and Dragons is going to have a lot happening on the channel this week. Monday and Thursday, John and Saz are going to be doing the whole Baldur's Gate 3 thing. Watch them murder each other.
Or try not to
And
murder
then
each other.
Wednesday, yep, our little In the Shadows show, which is sort of an opportunity for people to chat about what's happened tonight. And also just talk about just general rubbish half the time. So yeah, come along, hang out. But otherwise, I think we're done. We'll be returning in 2 weeks' time.
How many weeks?
So come back, find out whether or not Miera's going to go full Darth Vader or what's going to happen. And what else lies eastwards for our little party.
Yeah.
How mad am I going to
fine.
be when we get to Mountain View?
Yes,
Yeah.
I assume.
Small teams.
So with that, we're going to go raiding. I believe we've got a target.
Yeah, we're going to go see Crit Happens Gaming.
Crit happens.
Who are playing
Yeah.
some Baldur's Gate 3.
Also,
Yeah.
just as a
Brisbane
reminder, Shadow
local
Mirror and I have some letters to write, apparently.
Yes.
To-
Yes. I'm very what can yeah.
Why didn't you forward it to Mountain View, Miera?
I
So-
didn't know if we were going to Mountain
But
View.
also, depending on how long we're going to be there, we might just.
I was going to say, like, you thinking about, like, this isn't, well, it's not an email. You know,
No.
people got to physically carry this stuff around. So,
So I didn't know where we were going to be, but
oh, well,
meh.
you know,
Anyway,
I
But
just
I'm
want
going to
point
put
out-
that in my letter that I don't know where I'm going to be. So maybe who I'm sending it to will work it out themselves.
Emily,
Maybe.
technically, we can play Baldur's Gate 3 in 2 hours, 51 minutes, and 25 seconds.
Someone's not counting.
No, it's giving
I
me
can
a
play it.
countdown timer when I like open
Yeah,
the game. It's
it does.
downloaded, ready
Yeah.
to
I
go.
can't play it until after October the 8th because I have to finish a thing before then. Otherwise, I will get distracted. So,
Well,
All right.
it sucks to be you because it's awesome.
it's fine. It can be awesome in October.
It'll
I'll
be
survive.
just as awesome in October. In fact, it'll be better because there'll be a bunch of patches which will have improved a bunch of things. So you'll be
Yeah.
getting
So
better version.
I'm just not missing out on anything. It's fine.
Absolutely.
They've even changed back the end stories for a couple of characters.
Sure.
All right.
The raid's about to happen.
Yep.
Crit Happens Gaming. Go hang out. Otherwise, we'll see.
Also-
you
Thank
next
you
time.
very much.